And we are just getting going. Hello, everyone. We appreciate you being here.
Hello.
Instagram is just getting fired up, which, as we know, always takes a little bit.
It's a slow poke.
There we go. Here comes the Instagram. Bam. Appreciate it. And now that that's started, I'm going to get the TikTok going because today
Yes.
we are live streaming with a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily a reason, but I guess, with an extra added bonus to live streaming, we are, in fact, hanging out to raise money and awareness for Fidelium, which I'm stoked about. I love Fidelium, man.
Likewise, man. Yeah, they're just incredible to listen to. Like, if anyone ever studies and you like background music and stuff, like listening to some violin. If you're someone who doesn't like the it's got lyrics and someone's singing all the words, it kind of gets distracting. Listen to some Fidelium. They got 2 albums on Spotify, I think. And yeah, that'll lock you right in because some of the songs are like very energetic and they'll amp you up. Some of the songs are smoother, more relaxed, more chill, maybe for a nighttime wind down, like reading session, and then other ones are for early morning studies. What I'm saying is that Fidelium's great to listen to at all hours of the day for varied reasons, and I'm super excited for this marathon live stream. We're here, gonna be here for who knows how long, just hanging, chatting, and gonna have some guests from Fidelium actually on here. So Fidelium is a teen violin music group, and yeah, we're gonna have Trish, one of the founders and leaders of Fidelium, to chat. She was actually on a episode of Dualistic Unity recently, and we're gonna have some of the kids on to chat about their experience with Fidelium, get some of them to play on here live. We'll be showing clips of Fidelium and some of their orchestras and concerts, and it's going to be a very fun little live stream. I'm excited.
Likewise, I'm very, very excited. Hello, people. I'm glad that you could make it, and always appreciate just the support for whatever it is that we're involved with, because ultimately we're supporting you. In some part, you are growing from this. It's amazing because there's no division except the conceptual division. I always love that because it's inspiring. It's like we just had a group in Patreon this morning for about an hour, and it was a tier 1 group. That's right. $5 a month, by the way, if you ever want to join us on tier 1, you get to chat with us 3 times a week. Point is that just talking to people who have been either fairly new to the group or have been there for a while, just reflecting on what it is they're doing in their own life, just trying to, I guess, go through the paces and not take things quite as personally, to recognize that when you aren't taking things quite as personally, you have a lot more freedom in terms of how much energy you have, how much awareness you have, and of course, what that does for the rest of your life, not just your relationships, but your physicality, your physical body, your health as a whole, as well as your creativity. But it's one of those things that you can talk about it and you can talk about it and you can talk about it, but as long as you're trying to get somewhere, it does nothing except hinder you until finally you're just like, let go. Just let go and do whatever it is, and just keep doing it with all your might. Just do it with everything you've got. And one of the reasons that I love Fidelium is because these kids are so young. And again, I say this as mid-40s guy, and their life is getting more complex. But underneath all that complexity, underneath all that chaos, there's this vein. There's this one place that they can go and they can lose themselves in it. Right? They can just be present and let the rest of the noise just disappear, and to actually hear the music that is associated with that present experience. It's mind-blowing. And I know I get a taste of that just listening to them. It's such an experience I cannot even express. And I get the extra experience of actually being able to listen to my daughter practice when she's at home, which I love, but then to hear all of it come together, because all of these kids, they practice individually. That's kind of the magic of the whole thing, is that they go home and they put the hours in. They just put the hours in. It's not like they're being brought together all the time and forced to practice. They do it because they want to. Today's a perfect example, actually. We have 3 Fidelium junior members and 2 senior members joining us at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. And they're going to be playing a couple of pieces for us. And what's amazing is that they've only had about 2 weeks notice that this event was happening. And it was a volunteer only kind of event, that we were going to do this one way or another. Would you like to get involved? And so a bunch of them said, yeah, well, sure, we'd love to be involved. And they have gotten together in their free time over March break. Over spring break, they've gotten together in their free time to practice these pieces together for tonight's performance. Like that doesn't come from a place where they're getting paid for that. They're certainly not, getting a huge amount of recognition, but that's the point of what we're doing here, is that it should be like, there should be a certain degree of recognition for what these kids are doing, because it's amazing to listen to that enthusiasm. It's amazing to listen to the music. And I don't just mean the kids. We have a guest who's going to be joining us in about 25 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere in there, Trish Horrocks, who is the creator and leader of Fidelium. She has been doing this for, I guess that's part of my favorite part of talking to Trish. She doesn't even know how long she's been doing this. You talk to her about, she actually has to like try and go through her head to try and find the timeline. Like, I don't even know when we started that. And it was off of this. And it's just like, that's such a great sign in terms of how much they're really getting out of what they do and why they're doing it. Because if you had an end result in mind, if you were trying to get to someplace ultimately, you'd be so impatient. Everything would drag by. Like, you would know how many hours and days and months. Like, you would know, like especially after that much time. They've taught, between the two of them, they've taught over 500 students on Vancouver Island over the last 20 years. They were recently recognized at a local event at the Port Theatre downtown. Oh, yeah, just straight up like, let's all recognize what these two have done for the culture of the island, right? Because a lot of these kids move on, they go to university, they carry on into careers in music. Some of them become teachers, and not all of them leave the island. A lot of them stay here. So they're influencing other people on the island. Like, these two people have been just a hub of, energetic vibration, musical vibration, in fact, without even meaning to be, just because they love it. So it's their enthusiasm for this that really is the cornerstone of all this, because it buoys the kids' enthusiasm. Like, I love the fact that the kids get together and have a good time doing this. I told you earlier this year about the Fidelium camp, right? So early in the year, just before they're getting started, in order to get all the kids to know each other, because now they have junior level Fidelium members and senior level Fidelium members. And so they want them to integrate. They want them to get relaxed. They want them to get to know each other, because we're playing together. That's the point. They're playing. They're not performing. They're playing. And so they do this camp, and I got to go, and we had tents, and there was barbecues, and there was all kinds of stuff, and the kids got to play in between when they were practicing. And when they practiced, they had the best time. Meanwhile, I'm walking through the forest listening to this violin music. I remember there was a moment where I was standing with a baby deer who was just listening to the music. It was the coolest experience I've ever had in so many ways, right? But all of them just came together. And it's just amazing to watch. And so when you see them on stage, and we're going to play a clip here very shortly before Trish joins us, just so you can get an idea of what it is we're trying to support. And if you would like to support, I'm going to throw this up on the screen right now. We have a link here to our GoFundMe page. We are trying to raise funds to create an awareness campaign here on Vancouver Island and in the Vancouver area, because I've lived here on Vancouver Island for 3.5 years. I talk to a lot of people whenever I go out, restaurant, blah, 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 blah. My daughter has been interested in Fidelium for 2 years and has been part of Fidelium for the last year. And I never meet anybody who's ever heard of them. And that's absurd, because they play at such a professional level. Like, they play like you would pay hundreds of dollars for a concert ticket. Like, if they were adults and they were all dressed up in tails and stuff, you'd be like, oh yeah, wow, whoa, right? Like, but they're playing at a local church, and it's half full. It's half full. And it's just like, how is this happening? And it's just because they love what they do so much that they don't spend any time marketing, and they're not profit centric. So they're not exactly like rolling in the advertising budget, right? And so Andrew's going to work with them with their social media campaign, try and create a video that then we're going to put whatever we raise today behind to try and generate more of an audience here on the island and on the west coast of Canada. So that way, when they do have an event, when they have a performance coming up and they say, hey, we have tickets available, it sells out in less than 24 hours, because that's exactly what they deserve. They deserve this, not just, the kids that are in there now, but year to year to year to year. Just this chance to love what you do and to do it. Because remember, and I want to say this before I pass it on to Andrew, because I know I've rambled for a little bit. Fidelium came about, and Trish was mentioning this in the episode that we had with her. Do check that out when you can. Fidelium came about through a bunch of kids, teenagers who were in folk band, who found the pieces to be a little bit too easy and wanted to challenge themselves. And so they went to Trish and said, hey, is there something we can do that would be more challenging, that we could really work on our skills? And so she's been doing this ever since, right? Putting, again, like dozens and dozens of hours per week, at least, 100 hours plus per month between her and Jeff easily, just to make this a possibility for these kids, because they asked for it. And there's new kids every year that are taking advantage of that opportunity. So if you would like to help us, check out the link there. You can, it's on the GoFundMe page. QR code's on the screen. The link is also in the chat section. You can donate $5, $10, $20. Everything helps. We're already over $200 at the moment, which is just phenomenal. If you are watching this from Instagram, or if you're watching this from TikTok, I encourage you to check us out on Twitch, twitch.tv/Dualistic Unity, or just search Dualistic Unity on YouTube, and you can check out the live stream there. Just because then we'll see your comments more readily, because it's hard for us to look at all the different screens, as well as you can check out the stuff that we're putting on the screen, because I know nobody here on TikTok is seeing the QR code that I just mentioned at all. I'm deeply sorry for that. But do check us out on YouTube or Twitch if you can. I'll pass it over to Andrew, and then we're going to play a little bit of Fidelium.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds great. Oh, yeah. I couldn't be more excited for what we got going on today with the live stream, and just being able to see their performances and know that this group, the Fidelium group and the top group came from just some kids wanting to challenge themselves a little more, and express themselves a little bit more authentically, and just put themselves out there and expand that, willingness to test your limits and grow. And so it's really cool to be able to just be involved in stuff like this, because why not, right? And yeah, Trish and Jeff can't say how dope they are enough, and all of that experience too, to just have that under the in their wheelhouse and in their tool belt, the amount of experiences that is, and everything they've been through, and just from genuine want to help kids learn something that they're interested in and enthusiastic about. And so yeah, I'm super pumped to be able to hear them and chat with some of the kids today, get some insider perspective, the inside scoop,
especially with our new music series coming up.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, yeah. We're also learning to play piano and getting some singing lessons.
The gap, it's just funny, the gap between where I'm at and where my kid is.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, years, worlds apart. She's in different dimensions.
Oh, I look forward to that journey, because I know she has certainly benefited from it. Absolutely. But that said, ready for some Fidelium?
I'm ready.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it.
throw out that my daughter is the third from the left. Yeah.
Damn.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's just such an incredible thing to witness. And again, like I was at that location because I recorded that, which is why it starts leaning a little bit towards the end because I couldn't keep looking at the camera. Like I was just enthralled by the music. Like, oh shit, get that back up there. But I'm in this place and the acoustics are brilliant. Like Jeff does such a good job in like touching up the sound when he's there. Like he's really good, as you know from the last. Yeah. Anyway, point is that I'm looking around. 2/3 of the place is empty. 2/3 of the seats in that place were empty. You know, and like I understand that, you know, later on we found out that somebody in the community who was fairly well known had died earlier that day, right? And so people didn't come to the event because they went to the funeral.
Yeah.
But it was after the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and the guy was a music teacher. Yeah. What better way to like remember somebody who loved music than to go and look at other younger versions of them loving music, you know? But again, like just not enough awareness.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not like everybody knew that guy. You know, it's just that the other people who didn't know that guy didn't know anything about this performance. Mm-hmm. So being able to create a campaign for Fidelium on the island on TikTok, you're welcome, TikTok, it is going to go a long way towards, you know, just getting some awareness. So that way, when they release a video, more people see it and more people feel what we all just felt listening to that, because that was dope. You gotta admit, that was awesome. And again, feel free as opposed to feel free to leave a comment in the chat section here, or if you're watching on TikTok or if you're doing the Instagram thing, like the video, because we're going to be here all day long. We're going to be here as long as it takes. We have a goal on our GoFundMe at the moment of $500, but that doesn't mean we're stopping there. Oh, wow. We're already at $245. That's great. We're already almost exactly halfway to the quote unquote goal, which is just really the initial goal. But you got to remember, like, we're going to be putting this entirely into an awareness campaign for Fidelium, which just means that all of the beautiful work they're already doing is just going to have more impact. It's actually going to have more exposure to people. We're all going to benefit basically from this. And so any support that you can give, even if it's just liking the video, sharing the video, coming back throughout the day, leaving comments, whatever it might be, it all helps. It all helps. If you can share the GoFundMe page or the GoFundMe link, that'd be awesome. Just because at least then you can send it to your friends, share it on Instagram. If they love Fidelium, if they love fiddle, if they love violin, get them to listen to this, because it's pretty dope. I feel like the guy from Back to the Future. You ever watch that one? With Marty McFly, all that, right? Well, so he gets up on the stage and he's like playing like future guitar songs, right? And the guy's like, college friend is like, you know how you're looking for that new sound? Listen to this, and he's like super pumped about it. That's kind of how I felt right there.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, those future sounds. That's what Fidelium feels like a lot to me, because like even just bringing awareness to something like this, like a violin performance. This isn't something that I would expect myself, you know, a couple of years ago to even consider like going to a performance like this, but it's so good and it's so like incredible to listen to. And so even just to raise awareness in general for performances like these is exciting, because I feel like just the arts, like for me, that they were never something that made sense, you know, like I always had things that I was trying to accomplish or achieve. And so like something like Fidelium is such a cool balance of them putting in a lot of time and effort and energy, but for themselves. And you can really get that sense that they're, you know, up there performing for themselves as they're doing it, as much as it's fun to get in front of people and be able to express that in front of a bunch of people who appreciate it. It's for their own experience and being able to add a fullness to that experience and just expressing themselves via music. Like we're always expressing ourselves in some way, shape, or form. And so being able to do so really well via a couple strings and a bow, I think is that what it's called, a bow on a violin. Yeah, it's a couple strings and a bow. Just being able to use that as a means of expression is exciting, because that's, you know, what we're doing is just expressing ourselves from where we're at. So yeah, we're gonna have some performances by some of the Fidelium members today. We're gonna have a couple interviews intermingled throughout, and yeah, I'm super excited to see where this all goes and being able to get involved with different things. That's what we're all about here. We're just doing it because we can, because we got some space, and why the hell not? Yeah, why the hell not?
I mean, that's it. We've got the time. So, I mean, what better way? I mean, because how many things when we were teenagers we put some time into, and then everybody around us is like, get to work on your school.
Yeah.
And you're like, but I'm learning about myself from this. It's like, but that's not what we think you should know. Right? Like, I love that. And again, I love the fact, because again, I've witnessed this. Like, at one point my daughter was taking fencing, and while there were some kids in there that were doing it because it was fun, there were definitely kids there where their parents were pressuring them. Like, you could tell, at the age of like 10 to 12 years old, it's like, why aren't you Olympic level yet? And you're just like, oh my God, like, that's just such a terrible thing. And Trish and Jeff don't do that. I love how they know the kids can do more, and they do put a little bit in terms of like, pressure, but it's pressure, to accomplish what you can accomplish. It's not pressure like, and if you fail, you're not enough. It's just that we know you can do this if you put the time in. And so they're really encouraging that way. And a number of times, Celeste has talked about how, their constant encouragement that way has helped her get through a lot of things. There's some songs that she plays now that just, well, obviously, I mean, she was right there in that piece right there. I was about to describe it, but you all know, you were here.
You just, bring you to tears.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah. And for a little more on Trish's mentality and the way she thinks about teaching and all that, we did an episode with her. I think it's season 6, episode 13, most likely. Expressing What You Are. I think that's what it's called. So check that out on YouTube or Apple or Spotify or any of that. Because that was a very fun conversation with Trish, and we're gonna get a chance to chat with her again very soon. Soon here. Yeah. How many? Like, I don't know what time it is. I don't have my.
Well, it's one. Well, it depends on where you are. The point is that she is just finishing up, oddly enough, a music lesson, and she'll be here as soon as she's done. It's so funny. She's so considerate, right? Because what time should I be there? I'm like, well, how about 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific? Well, I'm gonna be a few minutes late because I got to finish this late. That's okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here for a while. So yeah, you take your time.
She's a very kind person, and I'm very, very excited as a parent, that my kid gets exposure to not just again them, but like the whole group. The group's cool. Like, there's some kids in there. Look, and again, like, you're just seeing them perform, but like, again, these kids. These are the kind of kids that just keep showing up, right? They keep putting in the time. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah, relentless in their pursuit of just expanding. Because like even that, just like expanding your perspective of what you can and can't do. Like, every time they try a new piece, it's like there's an opportunity right there to question this narrative, of what they can and can't accomplish, what kind of violin player they are. I can only play these types of songs or this type of music. It's like, until you try a new one and spend a little time and energy there, it's like, I assumed that you couldn't improve on singing. You're either a good singer or a bad singer. It's like, no. There is a spectrum for everyone. We were talking about this the other day. Like, does everyone have a good singing voice? Is everyone, good at potentially everything, and all it takes is some time and attention, a lot of time and attention, but time and attention. And that, just like realizing that, like, that's not something that I really took in until maybe like 1 or 2 years ago. Like, oh, I'm not set in stone. Well, I guess, that goes hand in hand with a lot of things, but thinking, I'm like this type of person or that type of person. Okay. It's like, no.
Exactly. I had a question on the TikTok. Hold on, I go back here. Actually, I'll just paraphrase. It's just something along the lines of, can I ask about a Kundalini awakening here? You can. But you are going to go woefully unsatisfied. And it's not because I have nothing to say on the matter. I have a lot to say on the matter. It's just nothing that you're going to enjoy, more than likely. Then there's also the fact that we are just a few minutes away from being joined by just a fantastic music teacher. But I will possibly get into it after we talk to Trish, because why the hell not? We've got all day to kill. So if you'd like to stick around, I will discuss a Kundalini awakening, the experience of it, the reality behind it, and some of the things to, I guess, watch out for in terms of consequences and dangers and whatnot. But again, if you're going to stick around, I encourage you to join us on YouTube or Twitch or even LinkedIn. We're on LinkedIn. If you want to join us on LinkedIn, you can watch us there, because, why the hell not? Who's not on LinkedIn? And if you're not on LinkedIn, you should be. I do have yes, it's near the bottom.
Near the bottom. I can get it.
He's got it. All right. That said, we have another question here. Are we brothers? No.
No.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
you know, no, we're not. In fact, he's another version of me. So that's about as close as that gets. But then again, so are you and everyone else. And just on cue, we are joined by Trish.
Trish.
Did I like unconsciously hear a cue that I was not?
We were just talking about you joining us as you were finishing, I believe, a music lesson, right?
Yeah, I just taught boxing reel to a kid in Courtney.
Awesome.
That's right, because you offer remote lessons.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of that because it is always better to be in person. But I also feel like if there's a community that doesn't have a lot of teachers, then I don't want to horn in on somebody else's business. But if there's not a lot of teachers in that community, then I'm up for a Zoom lesson. So yeah,
that is awesome. I know it's very much appreciated because again, there was a time when Celeste just couldn't have had lessons if it wasn't for Zoom in some ways, you know. So yeah. It's appreciated as much as even here, right? Like it's not the same as a face-to-face conversation, but it's better than not having a conversation.
Totally. Like honestly, during COVID, I wanted, by the time restrictions were lifted and we could have people back in the house, I was like poking my eyes out. That's why I have glasses, by the way, Lou, because it's a COVID leftover from poking my eyes out from Zoom. Zoom was just soul sucking, but look for the gift, right? Like I was so grateful that we could continue to have lessons with kids and keep them inspired and stuff. So yeah,
keep it going and give them an opportunity to, do it because they really want to and put that energy and passion in without, the expectation of getting in person and take in what they can from the virtual lessons. But again, it's something better than nothing.
Yeah.
Something better than nothing. Yeah. And for you guys, I think it's really cool that you have the visual aspect to the podcast because, I mean, your conversations bring the listener in so much. Like we really feel like we're there in the room with you if we're just listening in the car or whatever, but it's so much better to actually see you and see how you're interacting on camera or in this case in the same room. So.
And this is very new. We've been doing this since Thursday now. I think this is our third episode in person when we're not in a retreat. So this has been a very different kind of feeling. The marathon was perfect timing for that reason. And I want to give a shout out quickly to everyone who has already donated. We really appreciate your support. We're up to $265. We are over halfway to our quote unquote goal. But we are, of course, going to keep doing this for as long as we can today. We have some chili already made and ready to go so that we've got lots to eat. And we just appreciate everybody supporting Fidelium. We just played an 8-minute clip that was at the end of your episode for everybody so they can get a little bit of a sample as to why we are doing this and what they can hear if they come to one of your events and whatnot. And we were talking about your teaching methods, just how encouraging you are because you've gone through not having great teachers.
Yeah, the other side of it. Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting because this is the first lesson back. Today is my first day back after a 2-week March break. And sometimes a break, 2 weeks of having your time totally to yourself can be pretty freeing. And sometimes at the end of a break, I'm like, boy, I'd kind of like break to continue actually, because I don't have to put on pants. It's great. But today, I'm sure it's because of the conversations that I've had with you recently. Like I just felt so grateful to see all the kids this morning, and I'm really looking forward to the week. And I'm excited about the kids who are going to be playing on your Zoom a little later. They are nervous as shit.
I'm aware. I've heard from mine, but again, I mean that's the whole reason we're doing this. They're pushing through it, and they've been practicing on their own. Like this is a perfect example of why we want to support Fidelium, right? Because it's driven by them, and you're just facilitating space for them to do this.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it's all pretty cool. They're pretty cool humans. You're gonna see. They're pretty cool.
I'm super excited for it. Yeah, Trish, I know we had the episode already, but if you don't mind, just for this live stream and everyone tuning in, just giving a little bit of background on Fidelium's beginnings and how you came to it.
Sure. So I've always offered a group like community fiddle ensemble, which is something different from an orchestra because we don't play classical music. So it's fiddle tunes basically. They're mostly taught by ear, but there's some sheet music there. We've had an all ages group for years and years. And about 12 years ago, there was a group of teenagers in the group who were just feeling like they were spinning their tires a bit, like they weren't really challenged, and they were really connecting like as individuals, and they were making this great sort of social group that was all connected through music, which was super cool. And they came to us and said, we'd like something more. Like, we're not going to leave this community all ages group, but we'd really like to have like maybe an extra hour at the end of the night where we get to do our own thing. And so we said yes, but the caveat was that if they wanted us to give them more of a challenge and more of our time and attention, then we needed them to commit to really devoting a lot of work to the program. And so at the time, we just saw that as being kind of an advanced fiddle group. And then we had no plan of it being like a performance or recording or touring group or anything. And it just kind of came to life. And the kids ran with it and really excelled. And so then we just kept raising the bar and the kids kept meeting that. And it started to be apparent probably after about 2 years that this was an opportunity for kids to learn that they can do anything. Like in my classical teaching, I'm a Suzuki teacher, and the Suzuki philosophy is every child can, which I think is brilliant. Now, that doesn't mean that every child can in their first lesson. It doesn't mean that every child can within 6 months, but every child can. Every one of us can do it on our own timeline, however our own learning style works, right? So I think that as a parent, what I was seeing in my kids' music education was that they weren't being expected to push the boundaries. They were just kind of coasting. And my concern for my own kids was that they were never going to learn that you can work hard and achieve absolutely anything you want to do. And so that's kind of the philosophy of Fidelity. We want them to have fun. It's very joy centered, but it's a ton of work. Like, they have to work really hard. And I'm pretty exacting and I'm pretty picky. The kids might talk about that. But it's because I know they can, and I want them to know they can. So that's kind of what Fidelity is all about.
I really appreciate that. I do have a question, because I know I've heard a lot about this. There's a summit coming up here in Nanaimo, and I was wondering how that came about, because I believe you had something to do with all of this coming about, correct?
Yeah. So living on the island, of course, we're pretty isolated, like in some ways, quite cut off from what happens in bigger centers like Vancouver, particularly. And part of our work in the summer is that we get to go around, well, we don't do this anymore because we're old, but when we were young and full of energy, we would go and teach at summer fiddle camps. And what was so cool about that for us was that we'd go off and we'd be part of a faculty of teachers with amazingly talented, brilliant, insightful teachers from all over the country. And every time we'd be driving home, we'd be like, why can't our students get to work with these other teachers? Like, there's so many great teachers and so many inspiring people out there. And what if we started an event where we brought those teachers and their youth fiddle groups to Nanaimo, and we get to spend a weekend together, and we get to, our kids get to learn from each other's teachers, and the kids get to meet, and they get to make a connection with kids from other provinces or whatever. And that's how it started. So it started in 2018 in Nanaimo. We had 56 kids. And I'm going to call this the 5th annual because COVID didn't happen. We're just going to pretend it didn't happen. And to this year, we have 103 kids coming from the Yukon, Calgary, Vancouver, Gibsons, and Cathat, which is the First Nations community in Powell River.
And how long is the summit?
The actual event is they arrive at noon on Friday, and we have workshops on Friday, big old family barn dance on Friday night. You're going to love the next thing I'm going to say. Workshops all day Saturday, and karaoke on Saturday night. Sunday, a little bit of a workshop, and then a big final concert. Oh, and also on Saturday, the kids are going to go and busk at the waterfront. So there'll be 2 groups of 50 kids busking on the waterfront together.
Wow. It's funny because I have an amazing mini retreat planned in California, and really kind of makes me regret going.
Oh, is it the same week?
It is. And shout out to all our guests. I'm looking forward to seeing you. I'm not saying I'm not looking forward to seeing you, but it's just, it's such a cool event. And Celeste has been very, very excited because there's going to be a number of pieces there that they're going to be working on, that she has been practicing for that event.
Yeah. So the idea was, so there's so many layers to this onion. Part of it was that we wanted the collaboration with the other groups. We wanted the kids to make those relationships. We wanted to pick the brains of the other teachers, but we also, I write all the arrangements for Fidelium, and that's an enormous job. That's, just to write the arrangement is at least 30 hours plus all the recording time and everything. And it's a big job. And we do 20 tunes a season. So we thought, well, all these other groups play tunes. What if each group contributed one tune, and all the kids, before they go to Summit, we all learn somebody else's tune. So if there's 5 groups, we all learn 5 tunes, and the teacher from each one of those groups leads that tune. So the kids have to come, they already have to know the music. They don't learn the notes there. What we do in Summit weekend is we add choreography. With 100 kids is going to be a bit of a I don't know how we're going to do that. And they work on dynamics and just making it more exciting, and put it together with the band.
That's amazing.
That's incredible. And to have an event like that where all the kids, because they're going about their lives and doing their things with their groups, but then to have an event like this where everyone's coming together and it's such a bigger experience than they're used to. And it's almost like going to a violin camp, it sounds like. Party. Yeah, straight up.
Totally. And the other really beautiful thing that has come of this, after the first summit that we had invited a fiddle group that I've taught up in the Yukon in Whitehorse called the Fiddleheads. And they came to the first summit, and the kids were all the same age, and they connected really well. And then we were like, well, why don't we do an exchange? So we went to Whitehorse and we hung out with them for a week and did a concert and stuff. And then they came here and they hung out and did a concert. And a lot of those kids, that was 2019. A lot of those kids are in daily contact still. So they have actual, not just virtual, social media friendships, but actual friendships. They've kept in touch with each other across all those years. And I just think that's so neat. Really meaningful long distance relationships is super cool.
That's amazing. Out of curiosity, just because I was thinking about this the other day, how many students have gotten back to you 5 years later and they're actually still in music, still pursuing it?
Tough to say. I mean, I probably get emails or, people will come and see a Fidelium show or something. A couple times a year, somebody will come up and say, hey, I'm still playing. In terms of Fidelium alumni, we have one Fidelium alumni who is making his living as a performing musician in a band called the Unfaithful Servants. He's the fiddle player and singer for a bluegrass band called the Unfaithful Servants, which is coming to Nanaimo, I don't know when, but often, actually. And then there's another former member, and they play in an Irish band called Clanamora, makes a living as a performing musician. There have been 2 others who've gone into university music programs. So yeah, lots of them stay in it.
That's amazing.
That's incredible. Yeah. No, it's awesome to be able to see you guys just having something like this out there for these kids to be able to, express themselves, and just, having we've met in person for the first time a couple of days ago, got some coffee. That was a lot of fun. Then we came back for the music lesson, of course. But yeah, just knowing you guys are out there with the mentality and enthusiasm you bring to just being there for the kids to help them along with what they're doing inspires the fuck out of me. It's incredible to just know that you're out there, just knowing the impact that people can have during that time, those teenage years when kids are very much going through a lot of different things, and to have this sort of outlet where they can just get lost in the music for a little bit and let everything else subside.
But then the other thing is, it's not always easy for them. I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday, how this has changed the experience of being a teen, being a youth, how at this really important moment in their life, young people are learning a fairly permanent lesson that what other people think about them really, 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 really matters more than anything else. And that's heartbreaking to me. Like it's that loss of, or maybe not even loss, but just not the chance to develop the belief that what's in here is right. You know, like it really does break my heart. Like the kids are really hurting right now. And those kids are in Fidelium too. And if they send me a recording and they didn't really do their work and the recording is not very good and they're making lots of mistakes, I don't sugarcoat it. Like I just say, you get to work. You need to get to work. You need, this isn't good enough and I need you to do these specific things. They have to navigate that. They have to be able to learn a lesson. Like I haven't even learned this lesson, but that if somebody tells you that you missed a bowing in bar number 30, what I'm talking about is I didn't like the way you used your bow in bar 30. I'm not saying I didn't like you. I'm not saying you're less valuable. I'm saying that thing has to be fixed and it's a specific thing and here's how you fix it. And so like it is so much of Fidelium is really positive and so much of it is like fun and joyful. But for sure the kids have moments, all of them, where there's a little bit of, and what I hope is that they learn how to process that, because it's going to happen all through their life, right? We all get feedback that we don't want to hear, and we have to choose how much we're going to let that impact our psyche, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm not going to lie. This is one of the reasons that I'm excited to do the music series that we're doing with Jeff is frankly the way that you teach, because I like to think that way. Like this is just something to work on. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Right? But it's very difficult to find a teacher in anything that thinks that way, because they tend to identify with how well they do. I've met a lot of really tense teachers because they're very afraid of messing up themselves. And so they pass that on unconsciously, not being willing to recognize they're afraid.
Yeah.
Right. And as soon as they do, as soon as there's like, yeah, that's kind of part of what we're all going through, it's easier to relate to people. Right. Just in that simple admission. So I'm really excited because this has always been something I've been very insecure about in terms of like music and understanding. I have no clue whatsoever, but I can deal with that. So long as it has nothing to do with me.
Sure. And if it has nothing to do with you and you get to work through those things, then what ends up happening is that you come out in the music. You're not going to come out in the music if you're worried about how people are going to interpret or value the mistake you made. Like if you believe that if you make a mistake, there's judgment all around you, then why would you ever try to express? And music's supposed to be expression of self, right? That's why do we do it otherwise? So yeah, I think I'm actually, to be really honest, like right now at this point in my life, I'm feeling a little hopeless for our kids. And for adults too. Like we can all stand to put the fucking phone down and have some face-to-face conversations. Like really, honest to God. Like we blame kids for being all wrapped up in their phone, but I see more adults like this all day long. Like it's bad. And it's just I think that there's I'm concerned that if people don't start just loving this, I'm really worried about like how is humanity going to change? I don't know. So
this
I think
is what we're doing. This is it, right? Like we came across you and immediately we're like that's what we're doing, and it already existed. That's the funniest part. Like you're like, I'm really worried. Coming across Fidelium and everything that all of you embody, I was inspired. Right? I'm not worried. I'm feeling really good about what's happening right now. And it's just because we do this 5 days a week. Let's be honest, we do this 7 days a week, but we do it 5 days a week on podcast. And we talk to people all the time who are feeling exactly as you feel. They're describing the exact same thing. And some of them might be teachers working with young kids who are now teaching differently than all of their coworkers, right? And dealing with the conflict in that integration, but that's also inspiring change in the coworkers, people working in law offices, people working in retail, people working and all of a sudden they're going through the same thing of like, why am I not enough?
Yeah.
Right. And it's changing, but we're all feeling the same, like, and I say this as somebody who's 44, I feel that fatigue. Like if I sit and I think about it and I let all of it come in, I'm just like, that seems really heavy, you know. But then you recognize that the world you're thinking about's not the world. You know, you don't know. You really don't. You know, it's just the world you're thinking about. And if you're having a bad day, it looks like a ball of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Your perception is the glasses you're looking at the world through that day or that moment, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, and same, like right back at you, the conversations that you have together and that you are inspiring out in the DU community, like it's important. These are important conversations, and they're not easy conversations, and they're important. Like we just need to keep doing it.
But they're conversations that do need a cool soundtrack.
This is true. And if you can't have Steely Dan, then the next best thing.
Hey, we can incorporate some Steely Dan.
Yeah. So I have a question, because I think that you two might be a little bit, like you might like karaoke a little bit. And so one of the students actually who's going to be on later today was giving me some suggestions about which number the summit teachers should sing together. And so Marika suggested that we should do Sweet Caroline.
Classic.
It's a great one.
Any other good suggestions? Like we're all 50-ish. So maybe not Beyonce.
Well, let's give this a shout out to the audience, who I know a number of them are karaoke fans too.
Yes.
What would be a good intro karaoke song? Because not everybody's done karaoke necessarily.
I think all the teachers, we've probably all done karaoke.
Nice. All right. All right. So maybe like an intermediate karaoke song.
Yeah, it could be. Yep.
Dancing by myself.
Yes.
Dancing with myself.
With myself, yeah. Dancing with myself. Okay, I'm going to write these down because I'll forget. Dancing with myself. I was a huge Bowie fan, so I'm all over that.
Brown-Eyed Girl.
Brown-Eyed Girl? Yeah.
Come on, Eileen.
Say it again.
Come on, Eileen.
Oh!
High energy. One, da, da, na, da, da, da,
oh, yeah. That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
Girl.
I was going to say Party in the USA. But
oh, yeah. I think, we're all in our 50s, but we would all know Party in the USA.
Yeah. Gets people going.
For sure.
Everybody, Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, there you go.
Streets back. All right.
See, you already know it.
Yeah. Jeff won't know that.
Big Green Tractor.
Yeah. That's perfect because two of them are from Alberta, so that's perfect.
Beautiful. Are these all the teachers at the summit doing
yeah. So there's a teacher from the Yukon. There are two teachers from Calgary. There's a teacher from Gibson's, Pell River, North Vancouver, and me and Jeff. So 9 of us.
All right.
So we will all be singing together. So yeah.
There's always the coconut song.
The coconut song. What's that?
Put a lime in the coconut.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is there one with like moves?
What?
Is there one with moves? Oh, the Macarena. We could do the Macarena.
Oh, God, that's true.
Macarena. The twist. Come on now, twist. Come on, little lady.
Okay. Twist.
Yeah, no, that's some good ones for sure.
I love that country music is automatically associated with Alberta. Yeah, it's just like shoegazing folk music is associated with Vancouver Island.
Oh, man. Did you ever listen to any Stompin' Tom Connors?
I did. I've seen him live, actually.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That must have been a good thing.
It was hilarious. So I was a huge fan. Oh, my gosh. You have to look him up if you don't know who he is. Oh, it's ridiculous. It is the most embarrassingly Canadian thing in the world.
Bud the Spud from the Bright Red Mud.
The
Smiling.
Oh, so I wonder if there's any Tom. Oh, Stompin' Tom. I wonder if there's any of that on his list. Stompin' Tom he's like a songwriter singer who sings about like Canadian things like ketchup and Potatoes and the
Tobacco.
Sudbury Saturday Night Tobacco. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Sudbury Saturday Night's maybe my favorite, but he's called Stompin' Tom because he plays guitar and sings, and he stomps his cowboy boot on a piece of plywood under his foot, and he'll wear a hole in it, and then he'll get a new piece of plywood, and that's all he does is he sings, and stomps holes in the plywood, and he's like not the greatest. He knows about 3 chords on his guitar. Everything's in the same key.
Yeah.
And he's instructed not to upstage him. So he had, when I saw him,
really?
he had his guitarist is an amazing guitarist, unbelievable guitarist, and he's also a fiddle player. And he opened the show and he did his own stuff, and it was just fucking awesome. And then when he came out and played with Stompin' Tom, he was like, strum. And I was like, oh, what are you doing? And then I found out later that Tom is like, you can't overplay me. So his whole band has to like simplify. Yeah. So Stompin' Tom Connors.
Stompin' Tom though. So shouldn't that kind of overpower anyone that's up there? Or you just needed to force him to.
He needed to force the issue, I think. Yeah. So anyway, very interesting. But I'm putting a star beside Stompin' Tom.
Yeah.
Do you find people like the stomping is probably a way to kind of keep rhythm for him? Do you find that most people have some sort of like little like a tick like that, or a thing that helps them keep rhythm, either like a toe tap or like a knee tap, or is that pretty common for musicians?
I think so. I mean, in classical music, you're told not to ever do that. So I mean, if I'm playing in a string quartet or something, I make sure I wear closed-toed shoes so I can tap my toe and nobody can see it. But yeah, like stomping, I mean, to me, like it's embodying the music, right? So I think most people who are not classical musicians will move their body somehow in time to the music, I think. Yeah. And there's a whole school of Quebecois fiddle playing where there's a, I don't have shoes on, so I can't show you, but where they do this thing called les pieds, which is just as they play their fiddle, their feet tap a rhythm. And the rhythm is tigalo, 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 and they keep their feet doing that all the way through playing the tune. It's a super cool thing. So yeah,
that's really cool, because you guys do incorporate a good bit more movement, right? Is that like something that's super unique to you guys, or is that kind of for the folk fiddle world? Is that a little more common? Because I really like the energy that the kids bring in the videos that I've seen, like seeing that they're having fun. It's like the music is just like gravy on top of that, you know, how beautiful it is. But seeing it's like, because it's a full experience, I feel like in your performances, they're almost like, you know, seeing the I don't know if this is an equivalent, but like the Harlem Globetrotters versus a regular basketball game, if there's just a bunch of people sitting down doing their instruments versus the kids being up there and, you know, interacting with each other, doing the eye contact, the movement. Yeah. Fun.
Yeah. And part of that is like, we talked about this last time. I really struggle with stage fright. It is like crippling for me. And I know that one thing that can help me to get out of that is to move my body. So the way that the choreography started for Fidelium was, if the kids are moving on stage, first of all, they're moving, so their muscles are going to be more relaxed. But secondly, if they have to move and they have to navigate somebody else on stage, that requires eye contact. And as soon as their attention goes to each other, their attention isn't on, oh my God, there's 500 people in the audience staring at me, right? And they can just take comfort in each other's presence on stage. And that's a big, big part of why we started doing it. And then it just kind of grew. But no, if you go see like Unfaithful Servants, no, there's no choreography. None at all. But then on the flip side, one of the groups that's coming to Summit is called the Calgary Fiddlers, and they're renowned for, like, they almost do backflips when they're playing. They're incredible choreography. Everything's over the top. So there's a bit of a spectrum.
Don't have to be a Jedi necessarily, right?
No, when we went last year at the Summit, it was in Vancouver last year, and all the groups get up and like just sort of show who they are on the kickoff night. And so we picked something that had a little bit of choreography, and we're all proud of it. And then the Calgary group played, and we had to move the audience like make this big empty space because their choreography was like, it filled the gym. Like they had like a marching band line, and everybody in the audience was like, oh shit, we better get back to work. It was hilarious. So there's levels of choreo.
That's amazing. I really like the fact that not only are they looking at each other in the eye to get, you know, that sense of, all right, we're in this together, but they're just learning to look people in the eye.
Yeah, wild.
Right? Like it's amazing because that is not a common thing. Teenager walks by me on the sidewalk, they're more often than not even not looking at me.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas, you know, if you can even just learn that looking at somebody in the eye is not a reason to be afraid. Actually associate it with feeling better, to associate it with feeling more yourself. Oh my God. Like that's amazing. And they're teenagers. So that programming's like, that's deep. That's really in there early. That's going to translate for years.
That is such an interesting, like I used to be the teenager that would walk down the street and not make eye contact. And this is a little screwy, but when I went to university, when I was in first year university, there was a massacre, they call it, at the Polytechnique in Quebec, where a bunch of female engineering students were killed, and there was also a series of assaults that happened on the campus at University of Victoria. And one of the things that women were told at the time was, when you walk down the street, make eye contact with everybody as an act of control. And I remember that being taught, like that you make eye contact with somebody to assert control, so that if you walk down the street and I make eye contact with you, the idea at the time was so that women, young women in particular, didn't feel afraid. They felt like they could take control of that interaction. But I remember a moment when I was like in my mid-20s, I totally did that because I walked at night all the time. And I would get in people's like, hello, you know, as I walk by, a little bit intense. And I remember a moment in my 20s where I was like, it's not about control. Like it actually feels good to look other humans in the eye. And okay, so a bonus is that I could identify you if I had to identify you. But I mean, like, people smile at you. If you smile at them, they're going to smile back at you. And that just feels good. That's just a nice, good feeling thing to do. So it's interesting though, because I'd forgotten about that lesson. We were told that eye contact is an act of control. And that's just such a weird.
It's just an act of connection, right?
It's an act of connection.
That's really what it is, for sure.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, there's almost that assumption that like having a connection, there is some control in that. Like it adds to it almost.
So I've got you.
Yeah, I've got you in my grasp now, in my sights. But yeah, there is that like aversion to just looking someone in the eyes, because I don't know, I guess there's a discomfort in that. There's like, we're trying to hide in plain sight and like, oh, if I just don't look anyone in the eyes, it's like putting your covers over your head thinking no one can see you, or closing your eyes thinking no one can see you.
I'm safe because I can't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah, eye contact is an act of being vulnerable, right? Like it's an act of welcoming people in, right? So.
Also, and by that, an act of strength and courage, right? Like there's no greater strength than vulnerability.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, hey, I'm aware of you. Hi. All right, changes things. Perfect example, actually. We went to Tim Hortons yesterday with Celeste. It was after bowling.
Yeah.
And so we sat down. We were she had a muffin and an ice cap and whatnot. And all of a sudden she's like, Dad, that guy's staring at me. And so I look over. Sure enough, there's this guy just locked on. And so I'm like, let's switch seats. So I switched seats. And so now she's out of view and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, hi. Like I'm just staring right at him like, hey, how's it going?
Did he keep staring?
I just turned around.
Yeah, you turn.
For sure, because that's the thing. Like there are certain people who will use it almost as a way of control, almost as a way of like making you uncomfortable. Right.
Yeah.
And so avoiding their stare just actually gives them that sense of power.
Totally. Yeah. I win. Yeah.
So it depends on where someone's coming at, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like the same sort of connection. It's just, yeah, where that person's.
Well, I like the fact that in that connection, you can read the person. Like when I looked the guy in the eye, like there was nothing but guilt and shame. Like there was nothing there but guilt and shame, right? And it's just because I'm willing to look at it, right? Whereas my daughter was intimidated by it, so she couldn't see it because she's still dealing with it, right? And like she's still dealing with her own stuff. And so there's so much in terms of what connection means, right? And it's just that you're opening yourself up to more considerations. That's why it's worth it. Make that eye contact, meet that person to whatever degree you can.
Sure. Yeah. And I think it encourages us too to look inward a little bit too, and to welcome that person that we're making eye contact with, but to welcome us too, right? To welcome that situation, that connection with that person. You have to be open to it too, right? Oh, someone's getting help. Sorry.
Funny. I thought that was on my side.
No, we have like fire a block away, police a block away, ambulance a block away. So
I got a hospital just like 3 blocks that way.
Yeah.
Trade-off.
I feel. Yeah, I feel your pain for sure.
Anything ever happens.
The event gets coming up in June at the Port Theater.
Yeah.
That's June 10th, correct?
Yeah, it's a Monday night. Which is a little bit tricky, but we're just thankful that we get to use the port. And so it's Monday night. The show is at 7. And we call the show Fidelium because the lion's share of the show is Fidelium, but it also features the folk band, which is the All Ages, All Abilities group, which is super sweet. And then we always include at the very beginning of the show the Suzuki students, so they're like
The little ones,
3 and 4 years old, playing Twinkles. So usually they come out and it's adorable because everybody else on stage is dressed pretty, like we wear black on stage. We're pretty subdued, but the kids in the Suzuki thing all come out in their glittery party dresses and they're just cute. And half of them are totally not playing the right notes at all. It doesn't matter because they're adorable. So we always start with that. So it's really an all ages show. And then it sounds like this year our guest artist is going to be the Nanaimo Youth Choir. So we always have a local guest artist. And so that is 90% for sure. So yeah.
Do you do crossover songs with them like that?
Yeah.
Vocals and everything?
Yeah, so we ask them to do some of their own material. Usually they open the second half of the show, and then Fidelium will come on and do some numbers with them. So they'll play strings while the choir sings. We did it last year with another choir, and it was a hit. So yeah.
That is amazing. Out of curiosity, have you ever been asked by a band to do some music for one of their tracks, like a rock band, for example?
No, I mean, I have done studio work, but Fidelium hasn't.
That would be interesting. Because we've worked with we've talked to a few musicians along the way, and it would just be an interesting collaboration for sure.
Would be. I mean, string sections are often done now with MIDI, right? So, I mean, I think the reason that we've never been called is because people you bring in a group of 18 and people immediately go, we can't afford that. It's just easier to just play it on your synthesizer or whatever. But I mean, how many iconic rock songs have a string section? And Fidelium could totally deliver that. That'd be a riot. They would love it. And they're all now adept in recording because they've done 2 CDs. So they know how to behave in a studio, which is big.
That's amazing.
Yeah, there could be some epic songs with a couple of we've interviewed a number of musicians on the podcast, and think of a few that
slowly.
slowly. Yeah, maybe a Quinn 92 at some point crossover. That would be pretty cool.
Well, and the other really great thing about the world we're living in is that we can do recordings because Jeff has a recording studio in his room. He's totally set up. We can record tracks here and share them at studio quality level with anybody in the world because we just share the original raw files. So you don't have to go to wherever to do the work. You can do it right here. So
that's amazing. And I wanted to discuss this quickly. Barn dances. Yeah. Where did that come from?
So So fiddle camps always have a component, one night or 2 nights sometimes, where there's a dance. So people don't really know what a barn dance is. So if you're thinking achy breaky heart, like people all and all know that I do not do that. It's more like what we all had to do in junior high: swing your partner, do-si-do, grand chain, that kind of thing. Right? Yeah, hoedown. So I struggle with what to call them because it's not really square dancing. I don't really call square dances. So we can just call them family dances. And so it's like you dance to a live band of fiddle players, and I call it. So I'll walk everybody through the dance. You know, here's where you do a right hand around and swing your partner and cast off and sashay and all those things. And then once they've walked through it once, then when the band goes and we dance. So there's one coming up in May. I don't know when it is. Let me look at the calendar.
We got to hit the next one.
Yeah.
May 10th at Cedar Hall.
We'll be here. We'll be here. That'll be great.
They're a riot. They're so much fun. They're so much fun.
Yeah, we've been going out of our way the last few days to make ourselves known. We've went on a few trips. We went bowling. We went through Bowen. We've visited a few different stores. We're going to be tagging them all in our social media. So we're going to be getting more local attention, and so being able to bring Fidelium into the audience that we're working with, like even to collaborate between the two, is going to be amazing. I'm very excited.
We should let you know when one of the things that we do every spring. I think it's really, really, really important to support local businesses, you know, especially the ones downtown are really struggling because people don't want to go down there. So last year we did these flash mobs where we just had like a group of 5 kids, and they went up Commercial Street and they went to Sound Heritage Record Store, and then they went to the Vault and they played in the Vault like one tune, and then they went to the bookstore and they played one tune, and then they went to Gabriel's and they played one tune. And as we went, parents or myself were making videos, and then we were tagging those businesses in the social media, and it was hugely successful, and it was so much fun. We're doing it again, and I don't have the dates yet, but we have 2 weekends planned, and we're going to do downtown and the Old City Quarter. So I'll let you know when that is, because you could tag along. And you could.
Well, we could actually. I mean, how easy would it be for us to grab a quick conversation about something, and then all of a sudden be surprised by them playing. So each and every time, it's it's Fidelium again. And
see him running around Nanaimo, and being able to tag different businesses and just get expanding, you know, getting the word out. You know?
Yeah, and just supporting your community, you know, like I feel like all those businesses, especially the ones, I mean, Andrew, you've been down there now, like downtown, those are local families, local people who are trying to make a go of things, and we need people to go downtown and support them. Plus, they're cool. They're just great places. So
and the dynamic in Nanaimo is changing with the North End expanding the way it is. You know, it's a lot of large chains, it's a lot of large stores, corporate offices, you know, that kind of thing. And downtown is the history. You know, downtown is like the small little laneways and the coffee shops and all that stuff. The stuff you want to continue. You know, that kind of thing. And so I agree, it's really important. But not only are we supporting them, we're supporting them for no good bloody reason. Like, and that's what I love about it, right? Is that we're doing it because we can. And I think that gets across a mentality. And that's what we're really supporting here. And that's what we're really growing, is just the willingness to be there for one another, because we don't have any like weight keeping us from doing so. And I'm really excited about that. It's exciting to work with you and Jeff for sure, because what you do with the kids is something that we want to do with everyone.
Music, but, you know. Well, no, but like not having collateral's not the word I'm looking for, but like, you know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That's messed up. Like, if you have an itchy back, I'll scratch your back. I might even scratch it if it's not itchy.
That's right.
Right? Like what? Like why?
What's a quote?
I got long nails.
Some scratches. Like the only thing you take with you is what you leave behind or what you let go of. And so like that, just the willingness to do something without asking anything in return is like that in itself right there is like, you don't need anything in return. It's like, that's the fulfilling component of that. And I think that's what I see from you guys working with Fidelium. That's what, you know, we're doing our best to do here. And what I think has been sort of a lost experience in a lot of ways, just doing things for the sake of doing it. But that's like fulfilling your life. like right now. It's not for this expectation of something that you're going to need in return. It's just that expression, and there's like a fullness to that expression that I'm starting to gain much more of an appreciation for, is just doing it because you can, because there's less weight with everything when you're living your life like that.
And straight up, shout out to Peter Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life, where that sign was on the wall of his office.
Yeah. I might have to run away, guys, because I'm just remembering that I'm supposed to be making soup for the sick guys.
We appreciate you being here for as long as you have been. I'm going to throw up the link again. Everyone, if you would like to help us support Fidelium, we are raising money for an awareness campaign on TikTok. Andrew is going to work with Trish. They're going to create a video, and then we're going to promote the crap out of that video so more and more people are aware of Fidelium and everything that's going on there. So if you'd like to help us out, it's very much appreciated. We're already, I believe, at $300. We've had over 10 donations, and we are just getting started. So do stick around, everyone. Trish, we really appreciate you being here, and we look forward to seeing the kids later on today. I understand Jeff is not feeling well today, but do let him know that we're looking forward to seeing him next time, and he's going to come on the show in the very near future.
Awesome. Yeah. Sorry that I have to run, but I was supposed to make him soup, and I called you instead. So
the soup, we appreciate the time. Yeah.
Have a great time, and the kids are ready to talk, so you don't have to just don't let them be silent. They'll answer questions. They're up for that.
Appreciate it.
Forward to it.
All right. Well,
okay.
Take care.
Bye.
See you, Trish.
Everybody.
Now you got to find your way out of here.
I do.
Sure. To exit.
Why? Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. Bye.
Bye, Trish. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun.
Oh God, she's amazing, isn't she amazing?
Wealth of understanding of everything.
Know.
Yeah, I love chatting with Trish.
And we are at $290 out of our $500 goal. That is amazing. We're over halfway there. And again, like, this money goes a long way on TikTok, man. Yeah. You make one good video just saying, Vancouver Island's hidden gem of music or something like that. And anybody living on the island who likes violin is going to go, sorry. And they're going to listen up close, especially if they're already listening to violin related content. TikTok's really good that way. Right. So this is going to be, and I mean, what a great thing for Dualistic Unity to be part of. What a great thing for all of us to be able to contribute to. Like, even just being here on TikTok or Instagram, if you're watching, feel free to tap the screen or like the thing or whatever it is that you do to share the message. If you're on X Twitter, hey Ben, feel free to retweet this shit because it's helpful. But all of that, we're just putting our time into helping teenagers play. That's dope.
It's cool. It's fucking awesome. Like, I can't think of a more enjoyable way to spend my, what day is it even today? Monday afternoon, hanging, chatting with some cool people, chatting with some kids who are, very, very good at something that they do and have been working on for years. Like, most adults don't spend that amount of time and energy and attention on anything, like in terms of
complaining,
instead of bitching and moaning and judging their neighbor.
A lot of reps there.
Yeah,
a lot of reps there.
Yeah.
Working that
very
muscle.
Strong. Yeah, we should have an Olympics for that. Hardest judger. No, but yeah, I'm super excited for this, and we got, what are we, hour 20 in?
Yeah,
and we're already almost. What does that make us? 58% of the way to our goal at 290. So appreciate everyone who is tuned in. Appreciate any donors.
Really appreciate that you just did that. I'm not going to bother to check because you could be way the fuck off, but I'm still impressed.
I'm almost sure, and it's completely irrelevant where it's at, but we're getting there.
It's like, what's one of your strengths? I'm really fast at math. And then you just giving answers like that's not right. I said I was fast.
Yeah, I didn't say I was good. 17 times 27, 372. Yeah, I'm that good. That's not even close to the answer.
Sounded convincing,
just
though.
Fast.
I'm in.
You say it anything confidently enough, and most people will just believe you. Just be like, yeah, all right, well, must be true. And I'm not, who's going to look it up? After like 90% of people, they're not going to.
I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted.
Yeah.
I was just, but then I'm like, but then I looked up.
Like, if I can't figure it out, then what does that mean about me?
So I'm just going to admit straight up I don't know, so that way I get that out of the way.
And leave it
Now
at
I
that.
don't even have to check.
Yeah.
See how much time I've saved?
There. Oh, we're saving hours. I love it. Time efficiency. That's what we're all about.
If you feel as we do about math, though, feel free to go and drop a random amount on our donation page. You know, just do some random math and then punch in some numbers.
Yeah. Just poke 4 numbers on your keyboard, and then whatever that comes to, just donate that.
That's right. That's right. That's just
I
science.
heard you.
That's
Yeah. Abracadabra. Imagine we get a $3,720 donation.
word. Hey, what do you think about listening to another Fidelium tune?
I am game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Everybody want to listen to another Fidelium tune?
Yes.
All right. Actually, before we do that, wait. I want to make an announcement. Stick around. We're going to give away a free workshop. We're going to give away a couple free workshops today.
We got some free workshops on the way.
Hell yeah. We're going to give away a free anxiety and general worry workshop. We're going to give away a free manifestation workshop. And we're going to give away a free dating and relationships workshop.
Because why not?
Why
I'm feeling
not?
like fucking Santa Claus. A couple of Santa Clauses around
So
here.
your donations
we're
are
not losing anything.
you know,
it's just
trading energy.
yeah.
You know, it's just putting what we worked for back and forth, right? So we really appreciate all of you being here and helping us support all this. So just keep in mind, we're going to give that away in the next little while. Stick around as long as you can. And now I will find the video that I was looking at earlier.
It really is just energy out. Oh, are you?
I wrote one down specifically because it was dope.
Yeah, it's the energy in, energy out. And that's really what we're doing here. It's just energy, putting energy in a direction, not a specific direction, but just in direction, enthusiastic energy, expressing ourselves, being ourselves. And like, even for ideas, for things to do, like we don't necessarily just stick to any one thing. And this kind of started as a podcast, but that's just a way of getting the conversation there. But now we're in the marketing phase, and that doesn't have so many, I don't know, lines in the sand, bars to live up to. It's kind of just like whatever happens, whatever we're doing. And right now we're doing a live stream. So that's where we're at. We do have a podcast also for anyone who is tuning in and hasn't checked out Dualistic Unity. I will find the QR code here.
And I will toss up some Fidelium.
Boom. Goosebumps every time.
Love
just beautiful. The stomp, the double stomp action.
Right?
That was nice.
Yeah.
It just puts it like adds a certain energy to the room almost. Like all of a sudden you could feel the crowd kind of perk up a bit. Like, oh, they mean business.
Yeah. And again, shout out to everybody who's already donated to help support this fantastic group of kids. That event too, by the way, because that's a different event than we were playing at the beginning of this live stream. It was the second night, was only half full. Like that venue itself wasn't
crazy.
It's a fucking shame. Like it's a crime. Like Jesus Christ. Like, do you have any idea how much it hurts to me that I lived here for a year and a half before I ever heard of this? Damn. And I had to hear it from my kid.
Oh,
like
it really is just like people haven't heard of it. Like once people hear about this, there's 100,000 people in Nanaimo. Like that place, they're gonna have a tough time getting a venue big enough.
I know. Victoria's got 350,000.
All right. Yeah. Oh, right? Man.
Like, but again, like they're like when you're not selling seats, how do you get those venues? And that's why Trish was saying, like, yeah, we're playing the Port Theater on a Monday night, but at least we're there.
Yeah.
It's like, why can't we fill the Port Theater on a Friday, a Saturday, a Sunday? Have all three.
Yeah.
Let's do a Fidelium fucking festival. Like they can collaborate with a choir one day, right? Different choir another day, maybe a band, right? They can show some of their folk dance stuff. Like they can do all of that. Why the fuck not? Except for the price, right? The price. They just can't sell the tickets. They can't fill the seats because you need to be able to market these things, right? Well, here we've got a guy who knows how the fuck to market on social media. We've got all of you to help them out. We've got a solid foundation here. We can make a legitimate change, not just on the island, but for years and years to come, because all of these kids, not only are they changing, but all of their friends are seeing them get exposure. Like tonight alone, the 5 of these kids, Trish even said, they're super nervous.
No.
But oh my God, like they're still coming.
Yeah.
They're going to be here. Holy shit. Like I'm inspired. Like, it's amazing. Like, there's no way I would have done that.
When I was 24, I wasn't showing up to a podcast episode. No chance whatsoever. Oh, I would be drenched in sweat. My heart would be pounding. I would probably pass out and just not be even able to. I'd be like, what is Weekend at Bernie's? Weekend at Barney's? Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, I'd just be there, passed out with some sunglasses on, just like someone else waving my hand for me, talking for me, because I wouldn't be able to do it.
I love that movie.
I appreciate a couple of these kids joining and hopping in and just conversing with us, because I'm super curious just about that experience, because I played sports growing up, but I didn't have an experience like this where to be that involved in a specific instrument, specific genre of music. It's it's really cool. So I'm super excited to just that they're even willing to get on and to chat with us.
Yeah,
it's an honor for me. It's an honor for us to have them, and for anyone who tunes in and listens. Like, yeah, we're just excited to see some kids express themselves and appreciate their willingness to do so, because I don't think I would have been able to at that point in my life.
No. Oh yeah, no, they're just it's mind blowing. It really is. And so I'm very excited. And Jazz, you're right, Victoria and Vancouver, if they even knew.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing to me that like here's this incredible talent, right? And it's right here in town.
Yeah.
But you don't know, because all the kids practice at home.
Right.
Until they get together like once or twice a week, or in small groups because they want to. It's like it's a hidden gem in the most extreme way. And what I like about this is that it embodies everything that we talk about on the podcast. It's everything that we talk about on the podcast: enthusiasm, attention, pushing past your fears, pushing past that voice that says you can't do that, and you're like, shut up. That was my violin motion, by the way, and I'm going to apologize for everybody who plays violin who just watched that. I'm sorry. I don't know any better. I am ignorant to your Jedi ways, but I'm very respectful and in awe of your Jedi ways. And so I look forward to to one day learning it. Right now, on the other hand, we're learning piano, which is very cool. I'm very excited about that. The first episode of Being Music with Dualistic Unity is going to be out very soon. Probably, well, not right now, because obviously we're marathoning. We're live streaming. But in the near future, probably tomorrow, you're going to see Being Music with Dualistic Unity, where Jeff, who's unfortunately sick, as we discovered during that live stream with Trish, is going to be teaching us some very basic things like middle C, 12 tones, major scales, that kind of thing, as well as a few rhythms or a few patterns that we need to get familiar with. So I'm stoked. Yeah, I'm really excited to share all of that with you, because I'm looking forward to this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to such and such a venue. We are happy. Dualistic Unity is happy to bring you Fidelium, and then just both of us get off the stage and let them do their thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that'd be amazing. Like I'm pumped, and of course, all of you are Dualistic Unity, so you're going to be helping to make that happen. You know, just by virtue of being here in the conversation, dropping comments. I don't play violin, and I enjoyed it. Right? Well, I appreciate that. You probably enjoyed it because I don't play violin. You see, if you played violin, you'd be like, that looked terrible. Look terrible, but hopefully they're more forgiving than I would be.
Right now I'm wondering. I was trying to think of like, how do you hold a violin? Is it like a straight arm here?
It's a great question. We could ask them tonight.
With this here, is it out here? Is it like across here? I'm trying to picture them.
Pretty sure it's up here.
Up here, like this.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I was going all this angle. I was at the totally wrong angle. All right.
Yeah. Then you got a cello, which is like straight up in front of you, like boom.
Yeah.
You're doing it from down here.
And then the harp.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind doing that. Right.
Yeah. At least you get to sit as you're doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
But standing up is there's something to that. And the choreography, I love it.
They're
so
really
much.
good.
Just the expression of the energy and the involvement there is a lot more fun. It's kind of like when you start talking with your hands instead of just talking with your arms at your side. There's just a joy to the expression, an authentic expression.
I'm turning my attention back to TikTok for a moment. Hello, everyone. We appreciate you being here. I know you can hear what we're doing, and I don't know if you can see Andrew.
I'm over here, and then I'm on.
See, I'm not just talking to myself, and that is not the arm of a mannequin. It's moving. See, it's moving, I promise. But that said, we really appreciate all the likes and support, everyone. We are raising awareness and funds for Fidelium, and we are doing a kick-ass job. We are doing really good. Thank you, everyone, for supporting this so far. Like, really, like we're already at like $290. We set the goal for $500. We started this an hour and a half ago. You know, so everybody pitched in early this morning during the Raw and in between, and so we are already off to a fantastic start. And you know, as Trish was saying, like, there's not a lot of support for this. That's an advanced mannequin brought to you by Fidelium. And yet it doesn't play music yet.
Not yet.
You know,
no, that's on upgrade 4.0, I believe. Yeah. 2.0 is existing on own.
Never know, man.
3.
You have to learn how to play the piano enough. It could be you playing the piano while Fidelium's up there playing beside you.
Dude, it's so funny because like I always would say things like for example, like the thought of being a rock star. That always was a thing when I was younger. It was like, that would be cool to be able to do that. But I had a simultaneous narrative that I had no rhythm, couldn't sing, couldn't dance, couldn't, functionally.
Hard to be a rock star.
Yeah, exactly. And no musical capabilities. So it was like, that would be cool, but it's literally impossible for me in this form, in this lifetime. And it's hitting me like, that's always all bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's all bullshit for sure.
Hearing the story, if you can go, there's some sort of chart or thing that shows different people who are like really well known these days, and like when they started doing the thing that they're doing. And there's a bunch of people who it's like 40, 50, even 60, even 70 sometimes. Someone who's really well known, like they didn't start doing the thing they were doing until they were 55, and now they're well known as someone who's really good at doing that thing. And a lot of times they told themselves for a lot of their life like they were actually not good at that specific thing. And so now I'm like, well, all right, if it really is just time and attention for anything, then that goes for everything. And there is no, oh, I'm not that type of person. So the thought of, being a rock star, whatever that means, just, performing some instruments, maybe some singing on a stage in front of people, like that would be a lot of fun. And if I can work on it, then that would be a really cool journey and adventure and experience.
It's so funny because you're like, there's so many stories of people like in their later age. It just took them that long to realize they were full of shit.
Yeah, straight up.
Like, right? Like that's what we call a midlife crisis.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? And so it's yeah. No, it's Alan Rickman is still one of my favorite examples of that. He played Severus Snape in Harry Potter, but his first movie role was in Die Hard as Hans Gruber. He is the villain in Die Hard, and he was near 40 when he did that.
No shit.
Yeah, and it is the dopest role. It's really good. It's iconic. It's a fantastic role, and Honest Trailers did a trailer for Die Hard, and they talk about it. Him being that old when he started, like, way to hit the ground running, Rickman. Like, that's dope.
Seriously. Holy shit. What was he doing before?
I think he was a teacher or something like that. Yeah.
God damn.
God.
And it's like in the world right now, I feel like we've gotten to a point now where it's so much like not striving for happiness, just the avoidance of suffering. Just like people don't want to be happy, they want to avoid suffering. Like you can't, it's really hard to jump in to new things, to try new things if you're trying to avoid suffering, avoid discomfort. Like it's really like you can't really do both. And so seeing that, like, oh, getting better at something, learning something new, growing takes periods of discomfort to get through to that growth, to get through to that understanding. There's almost like, oh, well, all right.
It's almost like they're synonymous.
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be some discomfort here as I'm learning this, as I'm, trying something new, but it doesn't mean that along the way, I'm not taking in a lot of things. And how much more attention can go into just the process of learning something when I'm not caught up judging myself or assuming that I should be doing something differently or something better. Oh, I should be better. I'm 3 weeks into learning how to sing and I'm not seeing much progress. And it's like, shut the fuck up and wait a couple years. Give it another couple thousand attempts at that song. And then maybe a twinkle of a consideration of like, all right, let's reassess here. Maybe seem to be really enjoying this type of music. I'm going to focus a little more on that, but not after the fucking second attempt, not after the fifth attempt. It's like, just shut up for a while and work on that thing, be yourself, see where that takes you. And then, put your head down, do that for a while, and then pick it back up and be like, oh, I learned a lot, learned a lot about myself. Oh, I'm actually not terrible at that thing. I was just unfamiliar with that thing. I was just unfamiliar with that experience. And that's 99.9% of the time.
Yeah.
What's going on? I'm just not used to that environment. I'm just not used to that instrument. I'm just not used to that way. Means of expression is all they are. And as you get more familiar, it's like you're gonna get better just because you're more familiar, not because you're really good at it now. Because being good at something is subjective. Like you can be really good at playing hockey in middle school, and then you go up a couple levels and all of a sudden, what, you're bad now? No, because it's relative and you don't have to compare because you're not on a journey that's even remotely close to anyone else's. You're on your own journey. Yeah. You are. I am. So how can we compare?
But I want to. But I want to compare.
Yeah. That's great and all, but I just want to. It's like, okay.
But that's really what it comes down to, man. Trust me, I've walked through logical loops with people forever, and then all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, but no. It's like, that is totally fair. I wanted to throw this out to Jazz because we're talking about learning an instrument. I'd love to learn violin. Blah 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 blah. The reason that we're starting with piano on Being Music is because the entire spectrum of music is right there in the keys. Whereas playing violin or playing guitar, you have to like move the fingers have to move to different places. It's not quite so laid out. Like it's not just like A, B, C, D, right? Like you have to jump from string to string and have different combinations. So it's not as easy to learn at all, apparently. And so we're starting with piano strictly so we can learn the full spectrum, to actually be able to see the spectrum of sound, and then to recognize that there are patterns within that. There are octaves within that. There are major scales and minor scales. Like we're learning all of it just from that. And then from there, learn whatever we want afterwards. Like I'd love to learn violin, but I'm going to start with piano, because I asked Jeff, like, where should we start? He's like, piano. Right? I'm like, all right, that makes sense to me, because he's teaching us how music works, not just these are the notes you need to play. Because that's why I'm stoked about this. Because I mean, every time I've ever tackled anything musical, it's always just been repetition, repetition, repetition. I'm going to master, how to play this one song without understanding why that sounds good.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just, this is why it sounds good. So I don't even need to know a song. I can just, fuck around with it, make my own goddamn lyrics. Right. Like that kind of thing. That's amazing. That's amazing to me. So yeah, that's why I'm starting with piano. But ultimately, I want to get to violin. I really do.
That would be dope to be able to get into that. You and Celeste do a little duet.
Straight up. Well, once I'm learning piano, that can actually help with some of the songs that she's got to practice. She practices to a piano track right now. So I mean,
yeah. So and the way we're learning it, the way Jeff teaches it, who, by the way, we'll have some stuff on the website at some point, but he offers online lessons as well. So even if you're not in the area, you can check out. It'll be up very soon.
We'll have it on our website. Both Trish and Jeff actually are going to be offering music lessons through Dualistic Unity.
Yeah. And so we got a lesson the other day from Jeff, our first lesson. We recorded the whole thing. So you'll be able to check that out. Being Music with Dualistic Unity.
I felt so confident after that lesson.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like I didn't come out of that lesson like, oh man, okay, I gotta remember all this. It was really easy to digest. Right. Yeah. And I didn't feel like I was in a hurry to get somewhere. Like I got to get this song done by this song. And like, there was none of that. It was just a really cool conversation.
It felt like it just kind of settled in. Like I always left piano lessons like with a bunch of, I have to practice these songs and I have to remember these keys and notes. And like one of the first things he said was, all right, we're going to start with our minds. And I don't fully remember where he went exactly with that, but that was the vibe of the lesson. It was like foundation, like building a foundation, because that's what you can take with you, like being yourself, your experience, doing things like we were just talking with Trish about, like doing things for the sake of doing them. Like that's what you take with you, because that's when you're actually paying attention to the experience fully. Like if we were in there trying to learn piano with this intent of like, all right, Jeff, we got a performance in 3 months and we just got to get really good. These are the songs that we got to learn. Just teach us these songs. It would be like, yeah, you can like train your body to learn a song, but there's no foundation there. There's no transition. There's no translation into any other type of music. Whereas if you learn from the ground up, like the ground has all the variations. So you learn the ground. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit longer to get to a song like the one, your favorite song, maybe you want to learn, but then it's like that song is just one component of the foundation that you've then built. So it's worthwhile to take the time to learn the foundation, because then you take that with you. It's like the traveling without luggage sort of thing. You get to just travel the world, and wherever you go, it's like you got what you need that's there. You don't have to travel with any baggage. You don't have to bring anything with you. That's like learning the foundation of something. And so it's been really cool, because in my life, I always I learned guitar in high school, and it was just to learn songs. Like I did some finger picking stuff. I did a little bit of strumming stuff, but it was always, just to learn a song. And I totally skipped over like learning the chords, learning different components of the foundation of playing the guitar, not even thinking about getting my fingers correct. I was just doing it as quickly as I could so I could learn some songs. And then, I could play some songs just by having the memory of them, but I wasn't really able to translate that into any other song or have an understanding of like what I'm hearing if I'm listening to something, because that's something I always saw as, oh, well, only certain people, can understand, can hear a song and then play it. And according to Jeff, because he's someone who can do that, he can hear something and play a song soon after, which is so cool. But there is a way that you can learn that way. If you learn enough of the foundation, I think people just aren't, they're not patient enough to learn that foundation initially. And so I'm super excited to be able to learn the foundation, because then starting with piano, then we can go anywhere with that, learn anything. And I have a guitar also I'm going to get out here fairly soon. So to be able to translate that into guitar, and then he also teaches some singing lessons. So I'm going to start taking some of those, because I was posting some of those videos when I started.
Oh my God, he's in love with your voice.
And he said that, which was just like blew my mind. He's like, you got a unique voice, man. And yeah,
it's like, I want to hear it.
Yeah.
He's so excited.
Yeah. And I was like, that just totally took me off guard, because you were talking about how, music is something that growing up, there's some insecurity there. Like my voice was something I always I purposely made myself didn't talk as much because I didn't like the way my voice sounded. Like that was a big reason for me not expressing myself. And then it turned into just assuming that I have nothing to share or express. And so even just, making videos and putting it out there, my voice was one of my deepest insecurities. So that certainly and just my speaking voice, let alone singing voice, it's that's even deeper. And so being able to just realize that I can work on that, practice that, and have practiced it a bit is fun, because then maybe we'll have a DU band one day, and maybe we will be rock stars, man.
Dude,
not?
Dualistic Unity, the band.
Yeah. Could happen.
Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
And I tell
get some groupies.
Just wait, just go up, play a couple sets, and go, all right, next two songs, karaoke, who's up?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the crowd? What?
Oh, yeah. That'll be epic.
Yeah. Everybody get your songs in. We'll randomly pick two.
Yeah. That would be
amazing.
Cool. Yeah, because you could do that even at a gig in a bar.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Just like a crew of
It's our gig.
Yeah. Right?
It's our gig.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? Yeah, I'm in for sure. That said, I think it's about time to give away some free shit. Limited number of free shit, of course, but here you go. If you would like to download our social anxiety workshop for free, you can do so using code, it's on the screen, do it anyway.
Do it.
All one word, do it anyway. And you can get the social anxiety workshop for free. I believe there's 3 available right now. So if you haven't downloaded that yet, get on it, click the link, go to dualisticunity.com, use the code, do it anyway, and you will have that for free as a digital download. It's a damn good workshop. We really do talk about just, how we get in our own way, how we make everything high stakes. Everything's super risky just because it all defines us, right? So go and check it out. I think you're going to love it, and I'll leave that on the screen for just a few minutes.
Hell yeah. Yeah, check that. That was our first workshop, I believe, right? I remember I was pretty anxious about doing the workshop. That was one of the first times for me that I was doing something where someone was would purchase it, or purchasing a ticket for the workshop. And I think, is that the one where it started out where I was in a cab?
I think so.
Yeah. I was coming back from the airport and had a flight that was delayed, and it was all sorts of different things going on. And so I was actually in a New York City cab at the start of the workshop, and took it from there and just rolled with it as best we could, as we do, because that's it. We put this pressure on ourselves, assuming that we have control over what's going on. Oh, there's a way that I can express myself in this situation that guarantees that I will have control, and that guarantees that these people will like me and these people will not dislike me, and that I have control over this entire room right now and everyone who's here, and I can express myself in this very, very specific way that's going to guarantee the least amount of conflict within the room. And you don't. And so you can just show up You know, you can just show up to things that are going on, to a situation, and just express yourself. And it doesn't mean it's going to be super comfortable to just show up and do that. But every time you show up and you're not quite so comfortable, it's like that is indicative of growth happening. Like I am seeing that discomfort when it bubbles up, like as appreciative almost, because you can go through life without really being able to avoid all different sorts of things, to not have discomfort arise. Like people create lives that allows them to assume that they can avoid discomfort entirely. And yet it's always there in some degree, because avoiding discomfort is uncomfortable as well. And that's kind of a bitch in a lot of ways, because that means if you're avoiding discomfort, you're still uncomfortable. It's just kind of like this subdued thing. So like, okay, if there's no way to not be uncomfortable, then I might as well jump into the discomfort that is new, that's different, see what I'm made of, see what sorts of things I can learn and experience. Because so many of those fears and things that are like, oh, I'm afraid of this, I don't know if I can do this, like those are indicative of things you might actually really enjoy doing, and could lead to stuff that you couldn't even possibly imagine, just from jumping in and seeing like, all right, the discomfort's going to be there even if I do continue to avoid all different sorts of things. So yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
It's code, do it anyway.
Do it. Right, the social anxiety workshop. I totally forgot that's what I started talking about. And thank you for bringing that full circle.
Straight up, code, do it anyway. And there's 3 of those workshops available. We have also been corrected by Jazz. Thank you, Jazz. That was in the manifestation workshop that you were showing up from the airport, which was even better. We managed to manifest a workshop. But yeah, that was a good one. I remember going up to that social anxiety workshop. We sat down to brainstorm and we didn't do any of that. We were like, how do you want to structure this? Yeah, I don't know. And then we just ended up doing it. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was really good.
It's like, yeah, and I never thought I'd be able to do anything without having a plan. And even seeing that, because I'll still go through and we have a live stream or something, there'll be like, I'll get a wave of something like, what are we even talking about right now? Like, I don't know the next thing to say. I don't know if I have anything to share or to add or to say. And even just like experiencing and going through stuff like that, it's like, that's shifting perspectives. Like if that pops up and runs through me, and then it's like, oh, but I can still be here and move through it. And then things change, things shift, feelings shift, perspectives change, and you go through those things enough. And then it's like, oh, all right, well, I've been here before and everything turned out fine and it got me here. And so I'm going to get here again.
Straight up.
Yeah.
So I can't avoid discomfort, but I can certainly be afraid of
it. Yeah. For sure. And yeah, you can stay there if you want, or you can just
fucking face it. And that's the thing, it's so bittersweet where you're like, or you could just get over it, and you're just like, oh, it's not very compassionate. It's like, no, it just doesn't sound very compassionate because you don't want to do it.
Yeah.
What you want is for somebody to say you can get through it without doing any of the work.
Yeah.
That's what we want to hear so often, right? It's like, no, you can get through this, but you don't have to toughen up. You don't actually have to learn to adapt. You don't have to learn how to deal with your own conscious environment. That's not on you. We're all here to make you feel better and do the work for you. And it's just like, it's bullshit. And yet so many people actually respond that way. They actually react that way. Like, I have a trigger, therefore you should dance around it. Yeah. Like, that's your trigger. Specifically yours. Like, it's up to you to work on it. Or you can dance around it. But that's why we get into conflict. It's like, why aren't these people more sensitive to my shit? Because they don't have to be.
Yeah.
The reality is they don't have to be. Nobody has to give a shit about you. No one. Like, it's absolutely optional. And most of the time, because we don't recognize that, we only give a shit when it's reciprocal.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Because it's not a choice.
Yeah.
That's why I love the fact that I'm fully aware I don't have to give a fuck about anyone. it is my choice to spend or waste my time or do any of it. It's my choice. And if I don't need you to fucking like me, then it's my choice. Right? Which means I'm in it when I'm there. I'm not doing it because I'm going to get something out of it. And then as soon as I'm disappointed, I'm gone. You know, like I'm not there for that. I don't fucking need you. Yeah. So if I'm in the conversation, I'm getting what I want out of it. Right? That's why I'm in it. That's why I'm enjoying it. That's why the conversation is lively. It's fucking, we're talking. You know, I'm not just like, is he saying what I want? Oh, he's not making me feel very good. I'm going to go. Fuck it. You know, I'm going to take my ball and go home. You know, that kind of fucking thing. It's not about that. And so it really just comes down to recognizing, like, you don't owe anything to anyone. You don't owe anything to anyone. And I mean this to every one of you people. Specifically, we're talking about, you know, relationships, obligations, parents, relationships, families, all that shit. You don't owe anything to anyone. And anyone who says you owe me something was doing it with the wrong intention to begin with. And that goes down to your parents. And if you're a parent, that goes to you from your kids too. They don't owe you shit by virtue of you bringing them into the fucking world. They don't owe you anything at all. And if you take that stance with them, if you're actually able to be honest with them and say, hey, I'm just doing the best I can. And if I fuck it up too badly, you don't have to talk to me. You don't have to hang out with me. You don't need to remain in my life after you become an adult. You don't need to do that. They would stay for the right reasons rather than, you know, oh, I got to go visit the family at Christmas because it's an obligation. I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm going to bitch about everybody's behind their back anyway. You know, like all that shit is fucking useless. Whereas if you just give people the freedom to be, which means taking it for yourself, it's my life. You know, therefore I want to hang with you people at Christmas. Not because I need to, you know, but because I can. You know, and that's the point. If you need to, it quickly loses its zest. It quickly loses its flavor. All of a sudden, it's like, yay, we're not really celebrating anymore at all, are we? It's like we're just kind of sitting here wasting time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And expectation, you know, taking things for granted. And like expectations are a crazy experience because if you're expecting someone to, in return, treat you a certain way, or expect something from you, it's like, who's that for? You know, like who's it really for? And when you left at that, you realize like, oh, it was for me. You know, it's there's a degree of selfishness in expectations. And so, but if there isn't, like if I'm not expecting you to be anything for me, you're not expecting me to be anything for you, like there's space there. There isn't this pull, there isn't this expectation, you know, to be anything for anyone. And there isn't additional weight because we can't take weight from each other. We can only add it. We can only, and we can add it or we can leave it as it is and be ourselves and not expect so much from anyone to be anything for us. Cause then it's like, I don't have to expect myself to be things, but if I'm expecting myself to be things, excuse me, I'm going to expect for someone else to be certain things only because of my own expectation of myself. And so if I don't have so many expectations on one side or the other, it alleviates the expectations on both sides, you know, and everyone's free to just be themselves and express themselves and not have to live up to some expectation or some desire to, you know, experience things in a certain way because, you know, it's expected to be that way. And so when there is space, it's like everyone can just be themselves and express themselves when there aren't so many roles going around. Like, oh, you know, you start dating someone and all of a sudden it's like immediately there's this lack of fullness, prioritization of the experience because there's, you know, people have a right way to be in a relationship. Like, oh, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, and therefore we should be doing this. Like, according to who? According to all these other relationships? Like, are we just trying to fit another relationship, or are we just having our own relationship? And you can have that with everyone. This unique relationship that isn't based on, you know, societal norms or expectations, or, well, no, this is the right way to have this relationship. According to fucking who? According to who? Like, there isn't this overarching way to be in relationship with anyone. And if there is some way, then it's like the priority is maintaining that way instead of prioritizing just the experience that you're in, the conversation that you're having, the walk that you're on with the person. Like, you're just on a walk, you're just chatting with another version of yourself that has different experiences. And there's a beauty in that. And there's a huge lack of weight and fear and concern of like, oh, am I living up to these expectations of what this relationship should be, what it is? And you don't need to do that.
And you're warming up some chili.
All right, sweet. So yeah, the expectations are interesting, but they're unnecessary. It's not something that's needed at all. And if you do have expectations of someone to be doing something for you or catering, to your own triggers or your own preferences, it's like, well, I don't want you. I don't think that's the right way to act. And it's like, that's according to you. And that's okay. You can have your way of that's not the right way to act, but like, that's your way. Like, as long as you understand that's your way of the right way to act, and that's it. It's like siloed to you, and that's because that's all you got. And if you're trying to create this expectation of like the right way to be or the right way to act, then like and you assume that everyone else should be acting that way, then it's going to create conflict immediately. Well, this is my opinion, this is my perspective on things. It's like, exactly, your perspective, your expectation, like it's yours. And to assume that someone else should live up to it is very presumptive. It's like, but it goes hand in hand with control, right? If I feel like I can be in control of my life, of how things are going, then my expectations, my right way of experiencing things is going to be spanned out to everything and everyone in my environment. If there is that expectation, if I do believe that there's a right way to act or live, and if there's not, then I can, take a little bit of the stress off myself. Like, I'll go through all sorts of things of like, especially with speaking, like being in a situation and just seeing all the potential ways to respond to something and just kind of getting overwhelmed with that, assuming there's like, well, there's a right response. And if I assume there's a right response, I'm going to try and find it. I'm not going to be involved. But if I recognize like, oh, there's no right response, oh, there's no right next step, then everything's on the table, but there aren't these, barometers in between, like, oh, but this is the right one. And there's got to be a right one. So I keep trying to find it instead of just like, all right, well, there's all these options. I'm going to go with this one, see where this one takes me. Like, they're all a bunch of closed doors and you don't know what's on the other side. So, eeny, meeny, miny, pick that one. There we go. All right. And there's no direction that you need to a conversation. Like, it's your conversation that you're having. So you can just interact. You can just do things, make choices. There's no right next choice either. There's just, you can have a sensitivity. How many considerations am I taking in? And then from there, you figure out what you're made of, and you keep going through different choices, different decisions, and you make more decisions and more decisions and more decisions. And then, eventually you're just someone who's made a lot of decisions and has learned a lot of things and tried a lot of new things. And it's like, that is your life. Your life isn't, oh, I got to make this decision perfectly. It's going to be the right decision. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're going to make another decision tomorrow. Just make that one and then see where it goes, see where it leads. And, there's a fullness when you're just prioritizing the step that you're on, not trying to span out
Straight up
the right way, create the correct way of living. So, anyway,
Chili's heating up.
Nice rant there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes. To answer your question, Jazz, we did, in fact, make chili. We recorded a whole episode, short film on the chili that we made, and we will include that on a post in the very near future with a link to the recipe because it was dope. And we made a lot of chili. It was quite the adventure. So stay tuned for that episode. But you'll see us reaping the rewards in a little bit here as we're eating this fucking amazing chili. I'm salivating. I'm not even fucking exaggerating. I'm literally salivating at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's drooling
I'm
over
like,
here. Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous, really. I'm just going to swallow that down. But yeah, delicious recipe, easy to make. Took us, I don't know, by the time we finished talking, took a couple of hours, but you can do it in like an hour and a half, like most. But the point is that, you know, it's a new series that we're doing, cooking with Dualistic Unity. I still think Dualistic Unity is cooking. I like that. But, you know, again, let us know what you think. People this morning seem to think cooking with Dualistic Unity is better. I'm still a fan of being food with Dualistic Unity. Sounds like we're promoting cannibalism, but that's kind of why it's funny. But let us know in the comment section what you think. Ray's just getting the audience hungry. Damn right. Damn right. Next, I'll be taking off my shirt. No, I'm just kidding. In order to stop me from taking off my shirt, do consider donating to Fidelium. You can click the link there. It will take you through to our GoFundMe page. We are already over $300, and our goal is only $500. We're at $314 already. Somebody just dropped another $10 anonymous donation. Thank you so much. That $10 makes so much of a difference, for sure. Dualistic Unity is cooking has some fun double meaning. That's what I thought. See, that's what I was thinking too. But then again, there's just straight up promoting cannibalism with being food. You do that, sir. I will hang here with the people. This has been a lot of fun. My phone died. I was on TikTok earlier. So for anybody that was watching that on TikTok, sorry, I didn't mean to abandon you, but that's how it happened. We are going to be giving away other workshops later on today. I appreciate everybody being here. Just making sure I catch up on everything. Yeah, we're good to go. Dualistic Unity is cooking. I love it. But that said, my daughter is very shortly going to be playing. Oh, yeah. Free workshop day. Oh, yeah. We're giving all kinds of free workshops away today. We gave away the anxiety workshop. We got a manifestation workshop coming up that's going to be for free, and then a dating workshop. So keep an eye out for that, because I mean, you're all helping us out. You know, you're helping us in helping these kids. You're helping us in promoting, you know, these incredible performances that these kids can do as a result of us helping get these seats filled. Because that's really it. Like, these seats aren't getting filled. These kids play like angels, and nobody's hearing it, you know, and the people who are hearing it are you know, blessed for doing so. But oh my God, like, it's just and I say this as somebody who's been to a few performances. It's straight up professional level, straight up. And so to get these kids to actually have a full packed house. Last performance I went to, it was great, because at the end of it, everybody was clapping, and somebody from the back, they're like, "You're all amazing, and you worked to get here, and you don't forget that." And you could see it on the kids' face. You know, all of their faces just lit up. And it's because, I mean, that's how we all wanted to be encouraged when we were teenagers. You know, we wanted people not to tell us what to do, so that way we could be encouraged to do that, but to actually encourage what we were doing, what we wanted to do, what we were interested in, the way that we expressed ourselves. We wanted encouragement for that, goddammit. We didn't want encouragement for doing what they fucking told us to do. We wanted encouragement for being ourselves. And that's what we have a chance to do here. We have a chance to encourage these kids to continue doing something that they love, that they're enthusiastic about. You know, it's $5, $10. I mean, most of us waste more money than that at the fucking 7-Eleven. Yeah, they have a website yet. I believe you can. What's called? You can post a link. I can copy. I will find it for you. Absolutely. For now, just check out Fidelium on Spotify. That's where their list is. They were trying to sell albums digitally with their last album, but it didn't work out as well as they were hoping. So we're going to be actually selling their latest album on dualisticunity.com. in the very near future. You're going to be able to download this album that wasn't done during COVID. So they're actually all in the same room recording this time. And this second album is up for the same award that they won last year with a COVID recorded album. So you can imagine how much better this is going to be. It's going to be coming out in the very near future. But that said, check out Fidelium on Spotify or Apple Music. They also have a YouTube channel and now a TikTok account. You can support them in any way you can. But we'll get that information for you a little bit later, Derek. That's a great question for sure. Oh yeah, no, they're amazing. And again, like in April, they're going to be up for that award. We're going to find out what happens there. Two of the people who are going to be accepting the award, Ava and Nora, are actually going to be on the show later on, 6:30 p.m. They're going to be here with 3 junior members, including my daughter. They're going to be playing 2 songs, a fast-paced song and a slow-paced song. I sent a link to my island cousins. One of them was a competitive Irish dancer and would love this. Oh, that's dope. That's great. Yeah, we'll definitely throw that link up there. Absolutely. It's a beautiful thing to support, but it's honestly, it's like, it's so weird because you're like, I want to help these kids by listening to fucking music that I would love to listen to. Like, it just seems so funny. Like, you're helping yourself in helping these kids, and in helping these kids, you're helping yourself and helping so many other people who would have never had that experience, because these tickets are not expensive. That's the other thing. Like, the tickets are not expensive. They're really not. That's another reason that they're not making a bunch of cash, which again hinders their ability to do any marketing. Is because they're straight up not greedy about it. Right? The tickets are super reasonable. And so if half the people in this town knew that there was an event, they would get those tickets. They would buy those tickets for their friends. They would buy those tickets for their families. They would donate tickets because the tickets are cheap and reasonable, because Fidelium's not about the money. They're not doing it for that reason, and so it's absolutely cool to be involved with this, and the fact that we get some cool music lessons is, I'm not gonna lie, super dope. But yeah, we are coming up to, I think, almost time to play another clip from Fidelium.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Let's give it a few minutes here, as I would like to roll something.
Sounds great.
Something anonymous, people. Something anonymous.
Yes. Awesome. Yeah. No, I'm super excited for those music lessons, because it's a whole new thing, like trying new things, learning new things. Like, holy shit. How much, like, a couple of years ago, I never really thought there was much value in learning a new thing and like trying something new, brand new experience, like learning a new instrument, trying something, like taking some Wing Chun classes. And it's been cool because like I can feel my brain like processing, like I can feel it sort of like, expanding, compressing, like moving around, and the shifts in that. It's like a long lost memory. Being a kid, you're taking in so much information, like learning new things all the time. Like, everything for a while is a brand new experience. And then it's just like, holy shit, we get to a point where it just becomes, life becomes this thing that's like no longer a continuation of growth. It's like a growth in a very specific, a little bit more superficial way. Like, I'm growing my value. It becomes growing your value instead of growing as a person.
Yeah.
It's like it shifts straight up from throughout childhood, like growing as a person and learning new things just because, you're playing, you're enjoying, and there's so much more learned in play. And then it shifts from like your experience to the idea, how much of myself am I building here? How does this add value, or does this take value away? And if you're living your life based on that, then the thought of jumping into something new is so frightening, because like it feels, if you're measuring yourself based on performance at all times, then even something new, if you don't feel like you're great at it, you're going to think your value is going to drop for a bit. And it's like, you're not going to be willing to go through that period of like, learning something, because it's not even failing. It's not even stumbling. It's like, that's all the process of learning. Like, it's just the learning process. And that's, that can be the whole situation, like learning piano, jump into it. And then you're in the process of learning, like how it goes isn't relevant. Like, if you can span that out for your whole life, you don't have to measure your progress, but at least like a couple years, don't measure your progress for a while. Just try it out and go through that learning period without the extra weight. Like, oh, how am I doing? How is this going? So all that said, it's been a lot of fun, trying new things. And I see it, it's impacting so much more of my life than I would have realized, like just the fullness of my experience. So it's very, very exciting. And I do encourage anyone who hasn't been trying new things for a while, just anything, just any new thing. You can pick up, some knitting. You'll learn a lot about yourself. Pick up knitting for the first time.
Yeah.
Where your frustrations lie. Even video games. You can bring up a lot of, self-judgment, frustrations, and you can kind of work through it. Be like, oh yeah, I don't have to do that. So, yeah.
Let's see if the videos are only numbered.
Okay.
So at this point now, I'm like, did I play this one?
We're about to find out.
We're about to find out. Going to give a shout out again. If you can donate to Fidelium, please do so. We've already had, 13 donations?
Yeah, over $300.
Jeez, it's 13 donations. That is amazing. 14 donations. 14 donations. We're up another $10. Thanks, AJ. You're the man. Really appreciate it. That said, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
right. Good timing on that. Hope everyone enjoyed the Fidelium tune. And if you would like to support a teen musical group that is fucking epic and creates all sorts of incredible music like that, feel free to donate down below. We have a GoFundMe for them to just raise some money for a advertising campaign to raise awareness for the group in the area, in the Nanaimo, Vancouver Island area specifically, because holy shit, their music is just absolutely magical, and they don't always sell out concerts, despite Nanaimo being a fairly big town, and it's just people are unaware, and it's tough to get the word out when you're so focused on the craft and putting together really dope epic music like that, and that's the priority. And you can tell just by how incredible they are, how much time they spend on that. It's the priority isn't necessarily making money or doing things like that, and yet it is a necessary component of groups continuing on. So yeah. Oh, I'm seeing I'm seeing the comments over there. We were just taking a chat break out front while that little intermission played,
because it was 4:20 somewhere.
Yes, exactly. Wink, wink, honk, honk. But so anyway, the QR code down there is to go directly towards money that will be used for an advertising campaign to spread the word, the good word of Fidelium, because what they're doing is awesome. Being able to have that spot to just express yourself and see what you're made of too. We were talking to Trish before, and she will admit, like, she'll critique these kids and give them honest and authentic feedback, which is important. Yeah. And because that's life right there. And so they're learning things that you don't learn as much in a classroom. And so it's it's exciting to be involved with something like this, especially with a bunch of teenagers, because soft spot.
How many teachers are actually, they have a vested interest in your growth,
Yeah.
right? Not just you passing the course. That's the thing. There's no passing Fidelium,
right?
Like it's there's no tests.
Yeah.
It's either you want to play or you don't. It's great. Like there's no end point. Like the only way they leave is they basically age out. Yeah. All of a sudden they're like, well, I'm not really a youth anymore, so I should probably move on. But that's it. It's the only one. That's all it is. And so it's a wonderful thing. I was following along. That's great. We will definitely. We might do some Wing Chun later on.
Yeah.
Might teach Andrew a sensitivity drill, Don Chi Sao. But first, we got to work on his Fook and his Tan. Fook, Tan. Fook, Tan. Fook. Yes. So much of Wing Chun is in the wrist, right? It's the movement of the wrist that really changes all of the positions that you're holding, right? Right, all of them. And then the cracking. That's good too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Lots of that.
Wait until you actually start punching. Right? Because like when you punch, you'll notice you're driving it with your muscles. So it's kind of tense, right? But when you really punch, you hear the elbow.
Yeah. It's like sending that ball on a string.
Right. And so for a long time, I was scared to punch. And so I'd always hold my punches back because I could feel that elbow kind of extend, right? Because it's different. Boxing punch is different. The elbow's not in the same position. We're just chatting. Yes, massage ball. Absolutely. Good for you. As well as stretching. Stretch. Can't recommend that enough. And there's a number of really interesting, decent stretches. I want to pass this one on because it's funny how things are kind of counterintuitive. So you know how we all have like kind of this pain up in like the middle of our back, up in here, and the typical response is to kind of try and stretch it that way. Don't do that. So if you really want to help it, just push your shoulders back. Like take your elbows and you just push them back past your body,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just kind of like this, nice and relaxed. Drop your elbows, keep them nice and low, and just push it back so you feel the pinch between your shoulder blades.
Mm-hmm.
And that held long enough starts to relax the muscle. It's
really,
yeah, because
like
we're always like we're trying to do it this way, and it's just tensing it up. But this way,
it allows it to relax.
Yeah.
There, it's like pinching the skin
so
together.
you can do it like this, or you can lie face down on the floor, and then try and bring your arms off the ground that way.
Okay.
Right. So that way you're using those muscles in a different way. I have had just the most incredible relief from that back, just for the last week, just from doing that. Like, because I'm always like stretching. I'm always doing one of these, the twisting.
Yeah.
That shit's fucked me up over years.
Yeah, right.
Don't do the twisting. I recommend not twisting. But the point is, it's just that. Or what the hell was it? It was like the TYW. Right? Where it's like
shoulder mobility. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So there's your T. Oh yeah, that's good. Right, and then you come in, and that's Y. And you hold that. And then you come in, and it's just W. And so there's that. Actually, it's the same movement. There's the W.
There it is.
It's exactly what I was doing.
Boom.
It's not much.
Yeah. No, being able to, and like the shoulder joints, like that was something I've dislocated both my shoulders like so many times. And so the joints are pretty weak. And so I always had to do those movements where it's like just a pound or something, or like half pound, the Y and the T, and really training that internal joint, and then stop doing that so much and start doing all the external muscle movements. And so, yeah, I've been hanging a lot more recently, and that's helped a lot with the shoulder positioning and pain and all that.
Yeah, that shit's amazing.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because like if you're always trying to stretch things, there is a tension to the stretching, but it's like a balance. It's like you stretch it out, but then you also can pinch it together to get that relaxation, and then it's the little combo action. So, yeah, very, very true. What do we have here? Some quotes and whatnot. So for those just tuning in, we are on here helping to raise some money for Fidelium, the incredible teen musical group that plays violins.
Straight up, I'm just pandering to people's desire now.
There we go.
Fill those fucking seats, people.
Stick around for the free workshops. We do have some free workshops we're going to be giving out, so definitely stay tuned.
That's right.
For those. If you don't want to listen to anything that we say, just stick around until we mention the free workshops, and then you can listen to us say something about something specific. Like, what do we have left? The manifestation workshop.
Yeah, and the relationships, dating and relationships.
Yeah.
Ooh, that workshop's gold.
Oh,
it's gold. I know. Trust me. Never mind.
My unbiased opinion.
No, fuck that. I'm
really good.
Oh man, like, and it's just because, again, like, people will be like, there are certain lessons to dating. You learn how to be an alpha male. All that shit, and I'm just like, or you could be yourself and meet somebody who wants to be themselves, and you can encourage them to be themselves, so while they encourage you to be yourself. And so a whole lot of just being your fucking self, and then all of a sudden you don't end up 3, 5, 10 years down the road going, why the fuck am I with this Neanderthal? Like things like that. And it's just so true. And so our relationship and dating workshop is like, see, the thing, we have different perspectives, right? Like, you're new to this whole fucking workshop thing, like, or not anymore. You've been doing it for a while, but I had already been doing it for like 10 years in the coaching thing, right? So I've talked to a lot of fucking people about what is going wrong, has gone wrong. Like, I've talked to a lot of people whose marriages were ending and they've pulled it back around, or they managed to really fucking move on afterwards, right? And there's always very common reasons that relationships turn toxic. Right. So this workshop addresses a lot of those reasons. A lot of them. It's a good workshop.
Yeah.
Like, I was very excited about it, for sure.
It's a great one, for sure. Yeah. Because so much of it. Yeah. Because I'm like, I haven't been through a lot of different workshop experiences, or even, you know, that many different relationships. But again, it's like you're in a relationship with everyone you interact with all the time is a relationship right there.
Sure.
And so we have these ideas of like relationships and what they should be. And that's like one of the common issues is like the idea of a relationship should be, because that's not what it is. Like the situation, how am I doing in life? It's like life is now. Life is happening. What do you mean how you're doing? It's like you're going to trade this, what's going on, to try and figure out how you're doing or how things are going. It's like it's happening. You're missing it as you're scratching your head, wondering how you're doing with things. It's like you're missing it and you're making progress at the same time, and you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to focus on it, or, you know, use that tunnel vision to, you know, just stare at it all the time. It's like it's going to keep happening. Keep paying attention to it. And, you know, as you start to wonder how things are going and how you're doing, just remember that you can't know, and you don't know what's around the next corner. And so just keep paying the best attention, and, you know, just being yourself. It's like, when in doubt, be yourself. And
At least you got that.
Yeah. Whatever you're going through, it's like, I assume I'm doing something wrong, but it's like, you don't know that. You don't know that. Like right now, you don't know that in your life, in the situation that you're in right now. If you can't know that, then all you can do is put one foot in front of the other, and just, pick up where you're at and take life where you feel like taking it.
Gary, you're back. Good to see you, buddy. Gary has been checking in to check on our progress all day long here. We really appreciate it. Do remember, if you can, Gary, to try and donate to these fantastic young musicians. Fidelium, we are raising money to run an awareness campaign for them. We appreciate how much you've been attentive to our progress, and you keep filling up the numbers. I mean, you've been, you know, one of our steadiest viewers so far. Do keep in mind, though, everybody, that we are not only on the platform that you're on. We're actually broadcasting simultaneously to seven different platforms and accounts right now. So there's lots of different people. If you'd like to participate in the comment section, please do. And again, once again, thank you so much for the donations so far. It's gone a long way, and it's really giving not just these kids, you know, a little bit more hope that Fidelium will continue to be in the future, but also Trish and Jeff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm pumped to chat with some of these kids today. Have you come up with like any questions for them? Anything? I was more along the lines of seeing how it goes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I thought you did great earlier when Celeste was asking, like, hey, what do you think you guys might ask? You came up with a few that was good. Like, how do you like being in Fidelium? Like, nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
oh yeah, no, that's where I'm at. Is like, I could ask him anything. I could ask him.
Yes, there's a live performance tonight. There's a live performance at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time here on Dualistic Unity. Mm-hmm. Actually, that would be a good thing to stick at the bottom header, right? Or at the bottom
stick
around there.
Yeah.
You know, not just, hey, stick around if you're greedy, but stick around if you're greedy and need entertainment.
Stick around for the free shit and the free performances. People are getting so many free things.
Oh my God.
It's like we're feeling like Oprah. Here, you get a
free workshop.
You get a performance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because why not? You know, it's like, if it is just interaction with myself wherever I go, then why not see what we can do with this? And so it's exciting just to be hanging, and just having opportunity too, like having opportunity to express myself. Like doing a live stream for 2.5 hours and not having a direction, you know, like there were points in my life where I would have no wherewithal to be able to, you know, continue doing something with where there is no end set point. There is no end goal. Like we have the Fidelium fundraiser that we're doing here, but like we don't have a goal to what we're doing or what we're talking about. Like it can go in literally any direction, and that's something that has overwhelmed me in the past for sure, is just like the amount of options. But it comes with the assumption that there's like a right answer. like one of the options is correct, and it's never the case. And I was just talking about this before, but yeah, so it's kind of cool that you can use your life as a way to express yourself. And when there's unfamiliar things and things that you haven't had so many opportunities to express yourself through or via, it's like, well, why not try that? Like, there's a way I could attempt to express myself. And like, that's anything on the table, expressing yourself. Like it doesn't include just this idea of like, oh, when I'm being myself, I'm this version, I'm this type of person. It's like, no, it's all on the table, you know, everything, every aspect of you, of ways of acting. You don't know the impact. You don't know how it's going to be viewed or looked at. And who are you to say that there's something wrong with what you're doing or who you are or what you're expressing? Certainly not me. Certainly not you. So, holy shit, we are at $349.
$349. We're $150 away.
Yeah, baby.
We're $150 away from a guaranteed marketing campaign for Fidelium here on the fucking island. Great. Like, we're immediately going to be pitching to 500,000 people. You know, at least, well, I mean, whoever's on TikTok, and there's quite a few people on TikTok in Vancouver, on the island as well, and they all have friends.
Mm-hmm.
They all have friends and family members. They can share their shit. This is going to be great. Oh, yeah. I'm so pumped. I just want to see these events packed. Like Trish was saying, oh, well, we're performing on a Monday, so that's kind of tricky. No, you just don't have enough pool. Like a big enough pool, that's not tricky at all. I want to see those doors just jammed with fucking people who are ready for a sick performance on a Monday night. Who doesn't have time on a Monday night?
Everybody's got time.
Everybody's got time on a Monday night.
That's a thing.
Absolutely.
Everybody's got time. I saw it on the street. There was a sign. Everybody has time on a Monday night. So,
AJ, thanks, man.
Get in there. Yeah, because like, as soon as people hear about it, because I wonder how many, like, out of the 100,000 people in Nanaimo, like, how many people have even heard of Fidelium?
Probably outside of the parents, probably not many.
Is it real? Like, oh, so they really have, okay. Because I don't know if I fully grasped, like, they haven't really done much promotion around here at all.
No, like the biggest promotion I've seen them so far has been when they play at the Port Theatre, because the Port Theatre itself puts out promotions in the area. Like they announce what their events are going to be.
Oh,
yeah. Oh man, like I said, like we could do a whole channel of just Fidelium content, and people would be like, "Who is this?" Like and that's all it is. Because again, they're so busy. Like not just Trish and Jeff, but the students, like they've got lives, they've got school, they've got like all that stuff. I mean, right now, one of the Fidelium students is taking care of the Instagram account.
Oh, shit.
You know, just volunteering more time.
Yeah,
volunteering more time. Shout out to you. Just gonna say, you know, like that whole thing. But it's that they care about it. Yeah. You know, but they don't. They're not profit centric. Yeah. And what's funny about that mentality is that you could be like, oh, goddamn profit minder. They're fucking motivated. like they are motivated as hell. Like they will find a way to get your money. Yeah. You know, like that whole thing. So if you could have that same enthusiasm without the need for money, but to actually use the strategy to go, right, it's not about the money necessarily, but without a certain amount of money, this doesn't maintain. Like we can't continue this forever. Right. And they really are trying. They are really trying. I mean, shout out to all the Fidelium parents. Straight up. You know, like if it wasn't for the parents, you know, contributing and volunteering hours, man. Really? Oh my God. Like every event, like if you're seeing somebody usher you to a chair, it's a parent. You know, like it's incredible. Sometimes they're running the concession stands. You know, like it's heartwarming and breaking. It's kind of somewhere in between. You know, it's like
bittersweet. It sounds like, or heart half, mostly full, but lots of perspectives.
But that's the point, is that you see this and you're just like, and you see some of the people who are celebrities right now, and you're just like we are so missing the boat on this. And I mean, this is just one example. how many other groups of kids are out there playing
Tons.
different instruments entirely? Right?
Yeah.
And they're doing the same thing for the same passion, and nobody's recognizing it. They have no one to tell because they're too busy doing their shit. And nobody recognizes how important that shit is in our own life until we're fucking 50.
Yeah.
Right?
Straight up.
Like, it's just, this is such a, like, I am inspired as shit. These kids are going to go on to be 30 and 40 and 50-year-olds that have learned lessons that you and I are still practicing now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's here in the comments talking about whatever the fuck you are commenting about. We really appreciate you maintaining the ripple and clicking on the donate thing, because we're up to like 19 scans now. So that's quite a few people just checking out the link at the very least. And actually, you know, it really dawned on me. We had a link at one point that I could just tell people, because not everybody's going to do the QR thing. And not everybody's in the comment section. So I'm going to do a redirect on a link from our website to the GoFundMe.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you talk for a bit.
Sounds good.
Right.
Yeah. So redirecting to the website. Imagine I could just do a play-by-play on what you're clicking on. I won't bore people with that. But yeah, like just the ability, because most people don't even come to the arts or recognize the importance until they're in retirement, you know. Then it's like, oh, then we go to, you know, certain performances. But it's like, until then, everyone's trying to get somewhere, everyone's trying to become something, everyone's trying to be something. And so there isn't that time. Like, I couldn't fathom, like, everything I did through my life was some way to improve myself, like some way to make me more. And so even taking the time to like sit down and read a book, like, I didn't see any value in that whatsoever, especially a fiction book. Like, if it's a self-help book, then maybe I'll give that a bit of time, but it'll likely be on a audio book, so I can walk while I'm doing it to continue to get somewhere. And so just settling into my life and really appreciating it moment to moment. Like, music has made just a lot more sense, especially when it's being expressed by not only a human, but, you know, a teenager who's put in tons and tons of time and attention into, you know, learning a thing that they're passionate about. Like, that is something I would love to spend some time doing, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not, you know, trying to become anything, or, you know, I'm just here and involved in my experience. And I don't know what, we got some things planned for the rest of this call and some fun interviews and performances and all that stuff. But right now I'm here, you know, and I'm very excited for that. And so being able to help share something and just get the word out, because I didn't realize, like, they just haven't had the means of getting much word out around here at all, because they've been so focused on the craft and on the performances
for fucking 15 plus years.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. 15 plus years, just like you heard her, like, oh my God.
So they've been
when she was talking about what it takes
Nanaimo
to arrange a set, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Like 30 hours.
Yeah.
30 hours
Yeah.
per. And she said they do 20,
Mhm.
20 or 22 in a season. Like, I'm like doing the math. I'm like, oh my God. Like, that's so much. And that's not even helping them learn. That's just arranging the music.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus. And they're not selling tickets.
Mm.
Like, and they're
Right.
still doing it year after year after year. I feel that, man. After everything I've ever put into like this conversation, like every lesson we've ever talked about,
Mhm.
I get that.
Yeah.
Like, I love it. I'm going to keep going.
Mhm.
You know, no matter how much I'm tired, no matter how much I feel like it's not making an impact. Like, you heard her. It's just like, I'm really starting to lose hope. I am gaining hope.
Mhm.
Every time I meet one of you people, every person, you, the person listening, watching, commenting, doing all that, you, the asshole sitting beside me, all that, I'm inspired as shit every single day. Every day, because I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, and I couldn't see it before. And maybe I couldn't see it because it wasn't there, or maybe I couldn't see it because I was blinded by my own shit. you know, or maybe they're maybe they're switching at the same time. Maybe they're synonymous, like actually related to one another. The point being is that I am beyond inspired by what is happening right now. Beyond inspired, and it's on the smallest level because it's a spectrum, isn't it? It's not like all of a sudden we're like, we need to collectively let go. All right, all at once now. You ready? Like, it's not about that. It's not about that, because we're all at different ages, we're all in different stages, we're all at different levels of learning about ourselves in different parts of our mind, right? Entirely. And so it's all in the little motions of letting go, in all of those different variations that we are collectively letting go. It's not one singular, unified, unchanging thing, as some people would like to envision it as. It's super simplistic, right? But it is. And so, like I said, like, Trish and Jeff have taught 500 students on the island. That's amazing. That's 500 people that are out there just making ripples based on teachers just not being assholes. Like, that's how simple it is. Just don't be a dick. Don't be a dick, and do what you love and teach what you love, and then the other person can love it as much as you do, because you're not being a dick and tarnishing it. It's great. I fucking love it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And it's just exciting.
You want some chili?
I'm game.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Why don't you go and get a bowl first?
Yes. All right.
I will.
Sounds good.
Man the helm
down the fort
and hang with my people. Very nice.
I'm gonna toast some bread. Do you want some?
Hell yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So that said, I finished doing what I was doing. I did not narrate what I was doing. What I was doing was adding a redirect on our website, so that way, if you would like to go and donate to Fidelium and you're listening or you're watching, or perhaps you're driving and you don't have access to the QR code or something like that, you're certainly not going to be able to type this in now, but you can remember it for later. Go to dualisticunity.com/donate. That's it. Just /donate. You can go to /donate or /donate/ and either one will take you to the GoFundMe page where you can donate to what we're trying to do here. And of course, it is incredibly appreciated because it goes a long way as a whole. So do keep that in mind. Thank you. But since you're here and you're stuck with me, if anybody has any questions or you would like me to cover anything, let me know. Somebody was asking earlier about a Kundalini awakening. Now, I find that really interesting because I know there is the whole practice of trying to awaken the serpent, as it were, and you can get really lost in that. You can do certain breathing practices where you are drawing energy or what's perceived to be energy from your Kundalini, right? From your Dantian is another word for it. But basically, it's a spot about 2 fingers below your belly button. And when you were a baby, when you were in the womb, it's where you basically got all of your nutrients and everything else from. That's why it's underneath your belly button. So that center, if you practice a certain type of breathing, where every time you are inhaling, you are actually expanding that portion of your body just below your belly button. You can feel it kind of expanding, and it takes a little while because a lot of us don't develop the sensitivity, but after a while you can actually feel something within there starting to open up. So every time you inhale, you're envisioning that expanding, so your belly comes out a little bit, and then when you exhale, it contracts, and it contracts in that same place about 2 fingers below your belly button. So as you practice that, as you learn how to pay attention to that one breath after another, I'll slow down and allow you to focus on it now. And again, as you're doing this, it's your belly. And what you'll notice is that you are slowing your breath, and you're not looking for that lung full of air anymore, because you're envisioning a different kind of balloon filling up in that place that is below your belly button. And so that's referred to in Qigong as the Dantian. right? Or the Kundalini, if you'd like. And that's your energy center. That's where your body's basically the majority of your body's chi or life energy, your prana comes from. Which is why in a lot of cultures in Asia and whatnot, you'll notice that their traditional dress covered the belly right around here. Like it was a big, thick belt that would often come right around the body. And it's because that was, to them, that's what was important to keep warm and to keep safe, right? So you're breathing through there. Now, the point is as you're breathing through there, you are also learning how to energetically feel that center of yourself pulsing, and you learn to kind of channel it or not channel is not quite the word, but it kind of is. You learn how to shoot it up your spinal cord, right? You learn how to bring it all the way up your central nervous system because it's all connected through the spine. So your energy from here is essentially going up and up and up until finally it hits the crown chakra, or it hits the brain. And so the idea of the Kundalini rising is very much that practice of learning how to train yourself to feel that energy enough to drive it up the spine to the crown, so that way you can experience all of your body's energetic potential in the cerebral, in your Godhead, right, in your awareness. And so that all said, you can learn Kundalini yoga, you can learn Kundalini meditation. There's all kinds of stuff. In general, there's sexual meditations that will waken up your Kundalini as well, and that's why a lot of people often try to look into it. But the point being is that none of it's really necessary. And what I mean is that through continuing to relax, your breath starts to slow. Your body starts to relax. All of a sudden, breathing through your belly, once you're aware that you can do that, right, and that you used to do that, seems very natural. And in that state of feeling more like yourself, feeling very relaxed, feeling very natural, you will automatically start to feel more energy in your body. You actually start to feel very tingly, very, very tingly. And through relaxation of the body, stretching, because again, if you're hanging or if you're leaning forward or any of that,
anything on yours, on your chili,
the works, whatever you'd like to put on.
All right, cool.
Through that stretching and all that, you're aligning the spine, and there's energy that's flowing all the time. It's not like you're driving it. It's just that you're not putting so much in the way. And so now, instead of it being a singular thing that you got to sit down and try and fucking do all that, you're feeling that all the time. You feel it all the time. And that's very much the way that I feel in a lot of ways. Like I have tingles all the way up the back of my head most of the time. I have tingles up my spine, down to my fingertips and my toes most of the time. And it's not because I'm awakening my Kundalini, but it's that I'm feeling my body without so much distortion and distraction in the way. I'm just feeling what's always been happening. So it's funny how we can take things and we can make them into some kind of esoteric, kind of secretive thing, instead of just recognizing it's just slowing down and being yourself. But it's worth looking into. And somehow we just got onto to that because somebody asked me earlier. That's why. So I appreciate all of your comments and whatnot. I want to see where we're at. Andrew is currently topping up my chili, so I'm very happy about that. Hell yeah, 15 donations, everyone. That is amazing. I can't tell you how excited I am, because again, they weren't even sure we could do this, And it's just because we put so much time into things that we love, that and we're so used to seeing people who don't see us because they're so busy in their own lives. Half the time running around wishing that they could do things that they love. That's why it's so tragic. When you meet somebody who's finally doing something they love, you're like, how can I help you? Like, what can I do to make this easier for you? And so this is just one of those great times where we can help two people who are helping a bunch of students, a bunch of kids, a bunch of versions of ourselves that are just, fresh out of the packaging, just about to go into the world. They're going through high school. They're going through everything it is to be a human being. And they're feeling that encouragement. And wouldn't it be great? And this is exactly what I envision. It's just a little bit of the weight comes off. for everybody involved, and all the kids feel it, as a result. Because right now, Trish and Jeff don't communicate any of the weight whatsoever of just the massive undertaking that they've been doing forever. None of that gets translated to the kids, and that's incredible. It's amazing. It gets me emotional for sure, because that's commitment. It's commitment, it's love, it's empathy, it's the whole bit, because they're both doing it for their own reasons, because they know what the alternative is. Shitty teachers, right? Teaching you how to do shit for the wrong reasons that ruin your fucking your enjoyment of anything. And so just that, it's great that we can help them, and we're so close now to our goal. It's really not going to take long, and I'm frankly, I'm pumped. I am likewise pumped for Chile though, because this is dope. I'm having a lot of fun, but I just want to say again, thanks, appreciate it in so many ways. I didn't realize that I was on TikTok earlier and my phone died, so I've been charging it. Hopefully I will get back on TikTok in the near future. But if you have any questions, you want to fire them up, please do. Aside from that, I'm more than likely just going to keep ranting for a little while. I am very excited that we are going to see my daughter and her friends in about 2.5 hours. Oh, this appears to be chili. Hell yeah.
The chili. I got 2 more.
Okay, I got that.
Nice. Got my bowl.
You get your bowl. I will move the mouse and the microphone to make room for the chili. Hell yeah. That's perfect. So we are going to be releasing the video of making this chili in the very near future. Loved that episode. It was so fun. Went to the grocery store, picked up the ingredients, did all that, managed to do a review of, what is it? Zhangyi, a strain from Good Supply. Great review, a lot of fun. Kind of like the first one that we did on Instagram of the Redican Reddies, except this time we went bowling in a black lighted room, which is a lot of fun.
Talking bowling.
Oh, yeah. Shit,
Oh, yeah.
This is so good.
Yeah. It's delicious, right? Yeah, the sourdough pairs very well with the chili, homemade chili. I think I've been one of the first times I ever made chili, actually, myself. So it was a fun little process. It wasn't nearly as difficult as I tended to think making chili was.
Well, it's nice when you pick up the cans of pre-soaked beans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and getting some of that prep in there. It's good.
Otherwise, you got to soak them all like night or sometimes for several days.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, and then we made mounds of it. So
like mounds, but we're going through it quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, admittedly, I had 3 bowls last night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, watching that Ip Man movie.
It was a good movie.
Second one, it was very good. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that's a great movie. Third one, we got to watch that soon. That's the one with Mike Tyson.
I'm game.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mike Tyson, does he fight in it?
He fights Ip Man.
Oh shit. Oh wow. So these movies are like kind of mainstream epic. Like I thought they were
in China. They are as mainstream as they get.
Really?
Well, you can tell by the propaganda too.
Right, there was that. I don't think I realized these were like super well-known movies, though. Oh, so
Wing Chun's very popular in China.
Wow, is that what kind of put Wing Chun on the map?
No.
For a lot of people?
Well, now, yeah, a lot of people start seeing those. They're like, I gotta learn this.
Yeah,
It was kind of funny.
They saw the movie.
I didn't even know there was a movie. I had already heard of it when I was a kid, like because I used to watch the old Chinese movies where it was like dubbing over.
Right. Yeah. Oh, did they have like sound effects? In the
always.
Well, pow, 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 pow.
Yeah,
pow,
man.
Pow. I'm picturing like in a cartoon, just like pow all across the street.
Not quite that bad, but it was very much overdone for sure. Yeah, it was always cool to watch that. But I didn't even know there was a movie. And then when I joined Wing Chun, they're like, one of the students is like, "You've seen the movie, right?" I'm like, "There's a movie." Stoked.
Oh wow! So you were doing
Absolutely.
it before you even. Well, because how old are those movies? They look like
I think It Man came out in like 2012.
I'll say 2000s. Yeah, 2012. Okay, so fairly recent, but yeah, it's cool. Like the little battles that they have, and just the crossover between like respect and fighting.
Yeah.
And like how fighting and for a lot of people is seen as like this sort of Neanderthal like type approach to things, but there can be like there's so much expressed in a fight, like so much of your own fear, like deepest sort of fears, especially
Oh yeah.
in just like a fight on the street or something. Like you don't know, it's not, or in a ring too. It's like it's such a different experience, than what we're used to. And so like we were talking about just jumping into new situations and having, new discomforts arise, like, doing something that it's like brings up a lot of the mental side of stuff too, like where my tension lies. But yeah, so fighting, there's such a beauty in it. I think that was kind of my point.
I appreciate it too.
Yeah.
My God, that's so good.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Don't go anywhere unless it's the donate page.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a donation QR code down there. So definitely scan that. Head there. GoFundMe for Fidelium. But yeah, this is very good chili. I really enjoy it with the sourdough bread as well. So this is fun. We have just passed 3 hours on the live stream marathon. It has gone by fairly quick. 3 hours in the bag, not too shabby. Jay, I watched Poor Things that just came out. Had a lot of life themes to think about. Really cool movie from lots of angles. Sweet. Poor Things. At first, I read that as Poor Things that just came out, but I'm going to guess it was Poor Things, which is a movie that just came out. So I'll make a mental note. Poor Things to check out.
Kid just tried the chili.
Yeah.
Big thumbs
Big
up.
thumbs up.
Instant smile.
All right.
Yeah.
Warming right up.
It is so good.
Love it.
Oh my God. Yep. I'm a fan.
So, yeah, this is fun.
This is fun.
Hanging, chilling.
So far, another rant's a brewing.
Oh, yeah. For sure. So.
Got to check out the Instagram. Hello, Instagram. Yep. Nope. Good. No comments there. I would also like some chili now. Well, you know where we are.
Yeah. Don't come here, but
you can make chili.
There are recipes.
Shit, here, I'll throw that recipe into the I can just that's a good idea. Here. I got the chili link. Hell yeah, I do. There we go. And I will actually make a QR code out of it.
So you can make the chili yourself.
Yeah.
Doing something that you did, like, there's such a difference in something that you created yourself too. Appreciate it. Like if you were to create a table and then use that table to do things on, like there's a whole experience right there. Making a table.
There you go, everyone. If you'd like to make the chili that we made, click that code.
Boom. Making it easy.
It really doesn't take long.
Man, there is a really, really good flavor to this chili too. There's something a little bit slight sweetness, I think. So
there's sugar in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, in the seasonings? Oh shit. No wonder I'm getting little hints of sweetness. Sweet and spicy. But yeah, very, very good.
Well, man, if you come to the island, I'm sure we'll have something because with Andrew living out here, we were thinking it's just cost effective if we make large batches of food, and it makes it easy to make more cooking episodes. So we'll have something.
Yeah, win-win for everyone.
Yeah, wait till we do a barbecue episode.
There we go. That'll be awesome. Yeah, there's an art to cooking too.
Of course.
And like tending to things, keeping all the things in mind, figuring out, which process am I going to go with? Am I going to chop the vegetables first? Am I going to get things heating up first? And
well, that's it. Like, what's going to make me run around like an asshole later?
Exactly. Unless you're interested in running around, getting some extra movements in and honing in that.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know, getting some exercise as you're running around. Because then maybe that's the route you want to take. Right. Yeah.
Oh man,
So,
this was dope. Thank you.
yeah. So we'll get that video out there.
Oh yeah.
But again, if you want the recipe, it's right there because that's what the video will show you.
Takes like an hour.
A little bit of commentary.
Not too long. Worth making it.
Yeah, for sure.
We made a triple batch.
Which is why we have we
Oh,
ended up
much
having to do 2 pots because the one didn't quite fit.
4 pounds of beef later.
So
That's a substantial portion of that cow.
oh yes. Oh yeah.
And I am grateful to it.
Very, very grateful to Mr. Cow.
Docker.
Oh yeah. So
As all the vegetarians leave the room. You can't. I guess you can make
plants are
vegetarian
aware
chili.
too.
I've had vegetarian chili.
Mm,
I like beef in my chili.
yeah. No, I always prefer the meat option when it comes to those things, like eggplant lasagna. Like there can be good versions of it, but yeah, it's missing that heartiness.
I guess my thing is, life eats life, and that's pretty much all that ever happens. Like, it's just that we have preferences. We're like, yeah, but cows bitch about it more. Excuse me. Only because we can hear them. Like, I just think it's funny. Who was it? We had Felicia for the win. Felicity, what was her name?
Felicia.
Felicia for the win. She was just there's a video she posted where it's like, did you know plants talk? It's like, I did know that. Like for like a decade. Plants talk. They've been talking for a long time. They click and they make sounds and they communicate fucking distress and they do all that. We don't hear them. So we just assume they're not doing it. Right? It's like, it's okay to eat plants. They don't feel pain. No, they don't communicate pain in a way that you can understand. But you may well just walk around, beating deaf mutes. Like,
Seriously.
it's like they don't communicate in a way I understand. Therefore, they're not feeling anything. Like it's the weirdest shit.
Bite their neck.
It's just. So yeah, no, it's just a funny thing where it's just like I'm going to stand here and I'm going to define myself by it, and that's where you're really suspicious. It's like, oh, I'm doing something that's better for the world. It's like, nah, I don't know.
I don't know if we can guarantee that.
It's a lot of smug.
Yeah. Exactly, but that idea, that this is a good thing that I'm doing. I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the thing that is the best. Look at how atrocious that leaf on that tree is. Look at how gross that is. And it's like, yeah, but there's a lot of leaves that are atrocious. And if you made your decisions based on solving that, specific issue, instead of looking at yourself and seeing where, maybe you're invested in some sort of things going on that you can look at, maybe you can grow from or shift in yourself, or like when you start looking at yourself, it's harder to look around to everyone else, and tell everyone else what they should be doing. But it's a way to feel better, right? I'm a vegetarian doing a good thing. I'm doing the right thing. It's like, yeah, but what about all the other? You're doing a lot of things. Are they all good? Are they all, if you took stock on everything that you did all throughout the day, would you be able to have any degree of certainty? No, of course not. But if you think you're doing, a good thing, the right thing is going to distract you from all the other things that you're doing, but helps you feel better about yourself. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're gonna give away another workshop very soon.
Sweet-ish.
Soon-ish.
Mm-hmm.
We still got like 2 hours left until we're talking to the Fidelium people.
All
I
right.
keep wanting to call them Fidelimites.
Fidelimites. I mean, that's
yeah, I've been told that's not acceptable.
No.
I've just been, and that's fair. That's fair. But to me, it will live on forever.
Yeah, Fidel. Now I'm trying to think of like other ways of saying people.
Fideliminians?
Fideliraptors. That's a dinosaur.
Anybody have suggestions? Throw them up.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciate
I
it.
think of different states like Fideliruskis. No, yeah.
Oh shit!
Fidelimen.
You know what we haven't done yet?
Fidelmans. Fidelium. Yeah. What's that?
Fiddlists? Oh, that sounds dirty. All right.
Yeah, Fidelimenides.
They're not accommodations.
Fidali Llama.
Fidali Llama.
Fideli meat.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh.
Oh, very nice.
Switching up the tone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
What else we got?
Oh, we got
Music,
some chill.
Fidelidillies.
Fidelidillies.
Hey, Fidaffodils. Got one more.
I could just do that on the screen for a bit. Just wait till we get enough people going, what the fuck is he doing?
Go for it. While I scrape up the rest of this chili. You can have a silent 2 minutes.
That's right. Eat your chili, sir.
Mm-hmm. Might get a little bit more. You want any more?
Oh, if there's some in the pot, indubitably.
Yo. I'm gonna fill that up too.
Do I do poi? Poi?
Ray, do you do Hoyle?
Fireballs, spinning on chains. I do not. You know, there's a whole thing about not just spinning chains, but spinning chains on fire. Just that's one of those things that you're not gonna find me doing. Just saying. But I appreciate that you thought for a moment that I would. I really do. It's not necessarily that I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. That whole thing, while it sounds cool to me, doesn't sound cool enough to burn myself. But they do. That sounds awesome, though. No, I don't. But I used to wear white gloves and just go to the raves. Because it was fun. Because everything's black light reactive and there's a bunch of people on drugs. So that's always fun to entertain them. Oh, okay. See, I could do squishy LEDs. That'd be dope. Yeah, I'd be willing to give it a try for sure. I mean, why the hell not? But so you should have led with squishy LEDs, man. You immediately had me like unsold on the fire. Just say it. Cool. Well, I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you the next time that you come out to the island. All right, what are we doing here, people, in terms of music? What are we feeling? We feeling jazz, indie rock? We got world music. I don't know what the fuck that is. That sounds really vague. Cinematic. We got epic, also vague. Classical. These are all really vague. Love, future pop, minimal house. It's better that they tell you it's minimal. R&B, lounge. It's kind of loungy. I love indie rock, and I'm always down to listen to classical or jazz. All right. Anyone else got something to say here? We got lo-fi, chill hop, down tempo. Do we have any maximum house? We are lacking on the maximum house. It's just minimal house. We don't even have any medium house. Huge vote for low. Yeah. All right. What else we got? We got nature sounds, atmosphere. No medium house. Yeah, no medium house. All right, here we go. We're going with lo-fi. Oh yeah, get that shit going. Goat screaming. If they had that on here, man, I would absolutely throw that up for sure. Again, shout out to everyone getting us to $349 for Fidelium. That is just amazing. Honest Mouse, yeah, float on, man, float on. This is dope. So, anybody else want to cover a random topic? Throw a question out. Get me talking about something else that's weird. Otherwise, we're going to talk about goat screaming. All right, you got me wondering about the poi, Paul, whatever the hell it is, gratitude is a tough concept for me. You know, I try not to be grateful, man. I got to tell you, and the reason I say that is just because gratitude as an action doesn't work. You know, it's just one of those things. It's like you're trying to be positive, right? It kind of just it's a superficial way to kind of cover it up, but I can get out of the way, right? So when I let go of my opinions, when I start to let go of a lot of my preferences, the way I think things should go, what I start to find is that I'm remarkably able to deal with my life. And when I look at everything in my life and I look at what I have and how much things could be worse, it's not so much gratitude, just so much as I am appreciating how everything fits. I'm appreciating, like, yeah, that's true, that sucks, but there's this, and they kind of fit together, so it's more of an appreciation as though like you would appreciate a work of art rather than being grateful for a work of art, because you're not taking it home, right? It's not yours necessarily, and there's no ownership in this relationship with life. So I try not to be grateful per se, as just allow myself to have enough relaxation and a state of clarity to appreciate what is happening. And yes, gratitude and appreciation can very much be the same thing, but I'm just saying that the word itself can sometimes make it difficult to do. I appreciate it though. That's a good question. I'm glad that came up. Anyone else want to throw something out? I love these conversations. It is. That's the thing. Like we should question every word we use, because often we have ideas of what they mean, and they could mean something totally different. Our big example is God. A lot of people look at God and they go, "Oh, well, it's obviously God." And it's like, well, hold on. What do you mean by that? Well, God is everything. All right. Now, what do you mean by that? All right. Like, because it's like, that means that I'm God. It's like, well, no, you're not God. Well, you just said God is everything. Right. So it's, well, God is everything, but God is separate from everything. It's like, you're contradicting yourself. And it's because they never actually thought about the word. Right. They never put it into context. They never looked at it for what it was. They just took it at face value and went, that makes sense to me, and left it alone. So while they'll learn beliefs that contradict what they're saying, they don't look at that because they're sticking to the concept. God of my life. Well, exactly. That's the whole point. You are the God of your life. You just also happen to be the God of my life because we're the same I. Right? It's just that idea of division that gets in the way. And that's why, I like the first commandment. I shall put no God before me. It's exactly what I'd write. exactly what you'd write. And you did. And we have some people. Hello, more people. We appreciate you being here, joining us, hanging out, and helping us raise awareness for Fidelium. We're going to play another Fidelium song in the very near future here. We're going to have some more chili first, though. As if on cue. Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Dope.
Toast is a little toastier this time around.
The toast is a little toastier. Yeah, that's what I look for in toast.
Oh, yeah. It's good.
It's good. It's toasty. We have switched over to lo-fi music.
All right. Ooh, lo-fi vibes.
Yeah.
There was there was always those options. For some reason, I have more memories of picking TikTok songs when I first started. Not that I feel like there was so many that were like, oh, that's a TikTok song in 2020.
Word.
You know, and things got really popular through just being a TikTok song, you know?
Yep.
And like there's memories of going through, there were certain songs like what was Monkeys Spinning.
Yeah.
Was one of them. There's this one vlog
I did one with Bear on that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was one vlog one. I can't even remember the do 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 do. So yeah, but a lot of them were kind of this sort of vibe to it.
It's popular.
Yeah, another way to market a song. Like imagine having a song, or like an older song or something that then goes trending on TikTok. Holy shit! And then all of a sudden it just like blows up. That's cool because you never know. You never know what's gonna do it. It's gonna cause something. So it's like just keep putting shit out there. Keep expressing yourself. You never know what tomorrow's gonna hold.
Straight up,
which is exciting.
A good old chili.
Good old chili. Things like that. You can guarantee chili tomorrow. Make a nice big batch and get that ready.
Oh, that's great.
Add some freshly grated cheese.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. With some sourdough. Very solid combo.
Yeah, people enjoying the idea of food with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for
We really
donating.
appreciate it. The donations are amazing. I cannot believe we're here this early.
Mm-hmm.
And we're $150 off the goal. What's the percentage there? Quickly now.
69.8. Right.
That makes sense.
Nice. We surpassed 69. Very important. Oh shoot, I forgot there's some maybe some
Right? Because 698.
audiences.
That makes sense. Yeah.
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 Because it's it's just like double
Mhm.
the number.
Exactly. Divided by 10.
Yeah. I did a lot of basic math worksheets when I was younger.
Yeah.
Got really good at the rapid fire multiplication and addition because it's just kind of memorizing patterns. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
But I guess that's getting good at something. Well, I guess there's like
Pretty much everything is recognizing patterns to
Yeah.
some degree.
Yeah.
We are giant pattern recognition machines.
Yeah. So how much of that is like learning something via recognizing a pattern? Because I feel like that's kind of where memorization is versus just experiencing it. Like not trying to memorize it, but just knowing it through doing it a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I guess both can happen, but I always fall on the side of like memorize super quick for the test. That's it.
It's gone.
All that
Yeah.
matters. Exactly.
I used to do the same. I was the king of cramming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like I have a test in the morning. I will study on the way.
Yeah.
It's just
Study on the bus. Or like when I got like when I got to school. Got there a little early. And, no, things don't really settle in nearly as well there at all. But it's crazy to like try and just learn some random shit about something just for a test. But that's what it promotes. Like, of course, it's going to be that. End up there. So.
oh no.
Good stuff.
Things are escalating. Can you guys do some impressions? Dance for my money.
Oh, baby. All right, Derek, if you got some money, where should we start? Chinese guy?
I can do Elmo.
Elmo.
Elmo. Elmo knows where you live.
Oh shit. All right, let me go. Elmo, I love you. No. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh, where are you? No. No, a little too back of the throat there.
Or we could do some Mickey Mouse. Almost had to laugh. No. Yeah, I have to sit on my nuts first. Just wait. Yeah.
Minnie. Oh, you're looking so fine tonight.
Oh shit, I got something for you.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no. No.
Oh, Minnie, my ears
Okay.
are perking high and mighty right now.
This has got to happen.
Oh, Minnie, that dress is on fire. That's Mickey seeing Minnie on their, or wait, is it Minnie Mouse? This, right? Female version of Mickey. Oh man, I think I've seen this.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is unreal.
All right, we got to turn the music up. And I want everybody to remember that this was done by a voice actor. Oh, no, turn that up. Turn that up. On a radio show. We're not condoning this. It's just damn funny. I'm pretty sure I can share this screen. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy this one.
How do I share my screen? Window.
Man. Yeah, this chili is
So good.
oh fuck. That's incredible.
So you're welcome.
You're welcome.
I had to share that with
Ow,
everyone.
no. Oh, good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Donald Duck. That's
a tough one. You get pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I can try and do the duck part where like
You do great. Now it's just getting words in there.
yeah, and it's mixing in the words because then yeah, the words are like at a totally different.
Exactly.
No.
Couldn't hear it. I'm sorry. It's probably better off that way.
Oh, that's funny.
Considering we're raising money for a youth film program,
That
maybe
is
it wasn't
actually. I have been keeping that in the back of my mind. Like, all right, it's not that we're gonna completely, go
Hello, Fidelity parents.
Yeah. Go PG on this, PG-13. We'll keep it that. But there has been those thoughts in the back of my head, like just certain things that I've maybe steered clear of, just out of consideration. But if we're at that point, Sharon, Donald Duck beach video, but we're just having fun. It's harmless.
Bam!
Like
all
small children.
3 of the social anxiety workshops are gone.
All right.
They're gone. Should I be giving out another workshop soon? I don't know. We're only at 11 people at the moment. I think we're gonna have to bring those numbers up.
All right.
I think we're gonna have to bring those numbers up.
Get to 20.
Yeah, let's change our running thingy here at the bottom. What do we want to give out next? All right, everybody. This is what you got to tell me, because we have given out an anxiety workshop. It's either going to be manifestation or dating. Viewers get to decide manifestation or dating. Which workshop will we be giving away for free? We're giving away 3.
First one to get 2 comments, manifestation or dating. I'll be the one chosen.
Only 2?
Yeah. We want 3 first.
Let's
3
go
comments?
for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 comments?
5.
I mean, people can
fight for it.
Leave
Game of
multiple
Thrones
comments.
shit.
Yeah. Can people leave multiple comments?
Yeah,
Or,
they
I mean,
can chat
are
as
we going
much
to
as they
allow
want
that to
dating?
count?
All right, we got one for dating.
All right. Jay, that is your sole vote.
Come on.
Posting
Somebody going to back you up, or are they going to take on the conflict and
Uh-uh.
choose manifestation? Which is funny, because are they manifesting that?
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
I think they
right?
are. I think that's
Right.
exactly what
Right.
they're doing as they
So
post that.
let's see how that works.
So, and
For sure.
if you don't want either, just you can pick one
I
and
might.
just say a word.
I
I was gonna say you could say both, but we're not gonna do that. It's got to be individual.
That's right.
individual.
That's right.
votes.
That's right. No gaming the system, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a fully farged. I have a fully charged phone,
Very nice.
as opposed to a fully farged chone.
Fully farged chones are important too. That's yeah. I've heard you can do a lot with a chone.
You have your chone farge.
Yeah. Hey, can I get your chone farger?
I have a wireless chone farger over here.
You guys sell new or used chone fargers in this shop?
All right, we got dating and we got manifesting. Oh, the gauntlet has been thrown down.
All right.
Farge that thing up. Exactly. Oh man.
Right. Let's see. Oh, I don't have Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, it's up, but
Oh.
just not in front of me.
That's okay.
I don't know if people are commenting. on
It's
there.
entirely possible. At the moment, Instagram is a little on the quiet side.
There. Can I pick this up with one hand? We're about to find
Oh, got another one for dating.
out. Nice.
Yeah. All right. That's 2 for dating, 1 for manifesting.
Oh, and it's dead.
Manifesting's
Fair
losing.
enough. I'll have to charge that. Where are we at? 2 for dating, 1 for manifesting.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Sweet.
Come on, manifestors. Start envisioning. Get that vision board up there.
Start festing.
Yeah, no, if you're doing that, definitely don't get our workshop, because it's not that.
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy it very much.
Well, you may not. You're definitely not going to get your expectations met. But if you're manifesting based on your expectations, you're just going to get more of what you know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, yeah, no, it'll maybe a different perspective than you're used to, but you're manifesting trying to get something in order to be more. It's like, how much do you not think you're enough right now? Is that not reinforcing?
A whole lot.
No. Thinking that you're not enough, because you don't have to do that. You don't have to assume that you're doing something wrong that needs improvement. There's that you need fixing. It's like, no, but there's so many things wrong with me. I must fix myself. I must fine tune the screws and screw some in tighter, loosen up some, and once I get the perfect screwing inness of this being, then I'll be okay. Once it's spick and span and perfect, and I never mess up or forget anything, then it'll all be good. I'm going to manifest my way there.
I just want to say, Jay, I recognize your attempt to throw two votes in. One as dating and the other one as relationshiping.
Uh-oh.
So what am I manifesting? It's a good question. Mind you, you don't really have any. Oh, that's not true. You're in a relationship, so I mean, why not? But they're good. They're both good, and they tie together. It's not like you're not manifesting when you're in a relationship.
True.
Yeah.
Always be in the manifestation.
And now we are back on TikTok. Hello, everyone. We are raising awareness and support for Fidelium today. If you would like to join us, we would love for you to join us. You can do so at dualistiCunity.com. Actually, you can. You can go to dualistiCunity.com/donate if you'd like to help, or you can join us at twitch.tv/dualisticunity or on YouTube Live. Just go to YouTube and type in Dualistic Unity, and you will find us pretty damn quick. We've got a great bunch of people in the comments section. We've been hanging out we're coming up on 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we have a live performance coming up at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time from Fidelium. We've got 5 members of Fidelium that will be showing up to play a little bit of violin for us. We're going to play another piece here from their last performance in the next little while. We are also giving away free workshops. We are giving away free workshops. We gave away 3 free social anxiety workshops a little while ago. We are going to be giving away free workshops on either dating or manifestation next. And we are currently at the moment having a vote in the comment section on our Twitch stream or YouTube. So if you would like a free dating workshop or a free manifestation workshop, get over to the comment section on YouTube or Twitch, because it's really difficult to read these as they stream by, but it's easier to read them over here. So if you're going to get something free, gotta do a little fucking work for it. Point is, come on over, give us a hand, help us raise these numbers up, help us get some more support for Fidelium, and you'll get a chance to listen to the music that we're going to play in the next few minutes as well.
Yeah, definitely that. I was thinking at some point here we could take some time. You ever just sit there and try and think of jokes, like let them settle in and wonder, like, you know, what's the difference between blah, blah, blah and blah, 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 and then come up with an answer. I've been spending some time here and there, just sitting there, hanging, and trying to think about that. When I was in the car a couple months ago, just like, I'd never thought of that, like that I could come up with a joke on my own. But yeah, it's kind of cool when you just sit there and like let things piece together. It's like there's things there. If I'm telling myself that I'm not a funny person or can't tell a joke, then that's going to get in the way.
Yeah, typically. Well, and then you're trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Right. That gets in the way too.
Right. It's kind of like trying to sing well. Like when we were doing we were at karaoke the other day, it hit me like how much I'm always trying to sing well and like sing a certain way instead of just being myself singing. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool to be able to just like do that. And I don't have to try and sing like someone else. Oh, I'm like halfway to a burp right here. There it goes.
It sounded iffy, man. I wasn't sure which way that was going.
It was half out, but yeah. So
hey, it'd be fun. We should chat with Amanda.
Sure.
Just saw her jump into the chat section. Hey, Amanda, want to jump on here with us? You know how.
Feel free.
If
you're up for it.
You know where we are. We'll just sit here shooting the breeze until then. But yeah, this has been fun. Still waiting for more votes on the manifesting or the dating workshops, because we've only seen a few.
Yeah, where are we at now?
Good question. We got 1 dating, 2 dating, and 1 manifesting.
All right. Cool.
And then Amanda actually said the manifestation workshop was awesome, but she's already been to that one.
Attended live.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So that doesn't count as a vote then.
It does not. It does not. Exactly. It could. Oh, we got another in the dating. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nicole.
Nice.
So that's 3 for dating.
3 for dating. All right.
Was that our threshold? Did we say 3 or 5?
I think we ended up with 5, although I don't know if that was concluded on. Might just be 3.
Oh, that's a good review. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that. Throw that back on there.
Bam. We could say 5. So what do we have? 3 for dating. Oh, 4
for dating. Oh, right, manifesting's taking a kick to the nuts. I love it. My workshop too.
Taking a beating here. No, the manifestation one is great as well, but yeah, the dating one is.
I was really happy with that manifestation workshop. I got to tell you, because manifestation drives me nuts. The whole shtick, law of attraction crap. Like, oh god, it was just hammered over the head. It was just like, get what you want, get what you want, get what you want. You're like, Jesus Christ, like back up. What if
control and
what if what I want sucks for me?
Uh-huh.
You know, what if it ends up making me a shithead? You know, like
exactly.
So yeah, no, our manifestation, our workshop really went into like you're manifesting what you are.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's talk about like where that's really coming from, that root, that foundation, you know, because it's not now I'm manifesting because I'm envisioning it. If manifestation is what you're saying it is, it's been happening every moment of your life and always will.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always happening because you're always it. And so it's like if you're going through this process, and again, it's kind of like planning, you know, like planning for a situation to go in the right way based on what assumptions, what expectations. Like you don't really know what the best way for something to happen is. You don't know the best way for your life to go. So if you're manifesting, you know, the perfect life, it's like you're continuing each step to miss life. You know, life's happening right now. That's the only spot. And so like what are you embodying right now? Are you super tense, trying to get somewhere, trying to be something? Or are you a little more relaxed, taking in a little more, a few more considerations, and just, you know, being the expression of life, actually living your life instead of trying to curate the perfect life, the best life, the life that that is going to give me happiness instead of being it.
Because it's obviously going to do that.
Being the
root.
What I want. Yeah, exactly. And I know that for sure. And you never do. You know, you never know what's best for you. And so to spend a bunch of time manifesting and thinking about what the right path is, like, or you could be living it.
Straight up. We're still missing one more vote for dating. Just saying, somebody, you're lingering out there listening to this, bring your fingers closer to the keypad. Just type in dating, or you can tease everyone and just put a D and A, and then don't finish it.
Or just one letter per message. I'll count it if it's a separate DATING.
2 blinks for dating, 3 blinks for manifestation.
Oh, we got it.
There it is. There it is.
Dating workshop. As one, we'll be giving.
I will return these to the kitchen and then I will set that link up.
Sounds like a plan.
Well done, everyone. We did it.
Good work. Yeah, because that dating one is fun because we have obviously very different perspectives on dating and relationships and whatnot. Just different times of our life, different ideas of what we're going through, what we're dealing with. Like Ray has been in a long-term relationship, you know, and I haven't as much, haven't been married before. And so just having that difference there and differing perspective was a lot of fun, made the workshop a blast. And again, it's one of those workshops that we focused in on a topic for a while, but it wasn't necessarily planned. It was very authentic and genuine, and, you know, just sharing our perspectives on the situation and how we view the experience and, you know, relationships as a whole as well as the whole dating thing. So yeah, it was a fun workshop. So we're going to get the QR code up there. Free. Yeah. Free.
That was not intentional.
Okay.
My keyboard gets stuck on my E's.
Damn E's, man. I'll get you.
All right. What the hell's the code?
Free
dating.
Dating and relationship code. One of the E's. Yeah.
Oh, of course it did.
Whole on my own. I like that. Beautiful.
All right, people. Here comes the dating workshop. We got 3 of them available, and we've had 5 votes. So let the fucking bloodshed begin. All right, here it is.
There it is.
Bam! You can use code Whole on My Own. That is WHOLE on my own. All one word. And it is right there. And you can go and grab that right now, and you'll be able to access the whole free workshop. And anybody who's on TikTok or following us on Instagram, you should jump over to our website, dualistiCunity.com. Use the code Whole on My Own. Again, WH.
Yes. Yeah, check that out. Free dating and relationship workshop. So hop in there, scan the QR code, use the code.
Oh,
Get it
there it is.
in
There's a
the
code.
mail.
There's a code right there.
Sweet. I got it. It's locked and loaded.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Grab that shit. That is awesome.
Because yeah, it's out there, you know. It's and why not?
$35
Here.
purchase otherwise. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Like,
dope.
fuck yeah. Yeah.
Well,
There might
for
be
sure.
something in there. There might be something that, you know, you a different perspective on something, then you're not someone who's looking to get into a dating and relationship workshop. So if you're offered a free one, it's like, oh, maybe there's something here. Something
Straight up.
something to get out of it. So why not?
It's a really good workshop.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
You know, if
It's
somebody,
fun to wait.
admittedly,
make.
if somebody watched that workshop and they took something out of it, I would go on a date with them.
Yeah.
You know, because the whole point is they'd be pretty chill.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
you'd actually have a good time, like a good chance at a good time, because there's just less need.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
that'd be worthwhile.
Yeah.
Don't get any ideas though, people. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just
This
just
isn't a
because I said
this isn't a
I might
guarantee.
consider it doesn't mean I'm on the market. You know?
It's not a guarantee, but you know, if you check it out, might be better odds of not getting into something too toxic, you know, because a lot of it was about authenticity
Oh, yeah.
too, and just being yourself. Because then it's like any interaction, it's like any conversation isn't any different than being on a date. You know, every interaction that you have can be an experience of just, you know, involvement with another person, just any sort of conversation, any interaction. It's like there doesn't have to be this massive difference between going on a date. Oh, first date, better show my best face, better you know, make sure I look all clean shaved and look good and wear my best suit and all this good stuff. And it's like, how much of a mask are you putting on for that experience? Would you enjoy if someone else put that mask on and tried to be something, you know, on that date, trying to basically manipulate you into liking them? Would you really appreciate that if someone else is doing it? Like, if not, then
Is this a trick
you don't have
question?
to- you don't have to do that yourself.
Right.
You know, so
Oh man.
yeah.
Looks like we had somebody join for just a second and then leave. So I'm assuming they're coming right back.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
Absolutely. This will be a
And,
lot of fun. I also hear some rummaging from the back. So I think my daughter might be taking off to go and prepare
All right.
for our live performance at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, people. 6:30 p.m. real time.
6:30 p.m. We could start saying p.m., saying percent instead of p.m., you know. It is 1:30%, and then a.m. could be accent. 1:30 accent. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, Amanda will be joining us here soon. I'm having trouble turning on the camera. It looks like you're coming through OBS, possibly,
Yeah.
Amanda. I'm
If you
seeing
go
the
into your settings,
logo there,
you should have options for a different camera.
Yeah. So yeah, the little gear there, and then I think it's under video. There might be a second option.
Yes. You can also press the S. OBS is the only option. I don't know. Shut
Maybe-
down OBS, restarting the computer. Okay,
Okay.
there we go. It always helps.
Maybe in video preferences or display preferences on the Mac also.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, Max.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't like them.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I get it.
That was some damn good chili, man.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
Delicious.
Hello, everyone on TikTok. We appreciate you being here. We are doing a very, very cool thing today. We are raising funds and awareness for Fidelium, a youth music group from Vancouver Island, Canada. And when I say youth music group, that really underplays it.
Yes.
It just does not sound appropriate to the level of skill and talent that is embodied in these children / growing adults. I don't even know what to call them at this point. Teenagers are tough, eh?
teenagers.
Yeah, because it's like they're not children,
Yeah.
but they're also not adults.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're in this weird kind of mixed mid phase
Yeah.
where everything's rough and confusing.
Yeah. It's like no wonder everything's so volatile is because it's like going through growth. It's like forced growth, you know, puberty, the teenage years. It's like going from being a child to being an adult. And it's like this massive prolonged shift that's like you go through so much discomfort trying to find your place in the world, trying to live the right life, do the right thing. It's like, despite there not being one, but everyone, you know, is telling you that there are. Everyone's telling you, like, oh, well, make sure you do this and make sure you do that and make sure you follow this path and believe in this and do this and follow this and do that. And it's like they're trying to get a sense of just who they are at the same time. And it's this whole whirlwind of stuff. So even just realizing that life is that all the time, teenage years are that. It's like, yeah, it is an up and down process. It is tumultuous. Like there isn't at least the assumption as you go through things that it should be different. It's like, oh no, this is life. Like there are processes that are uncomfortable as you're shifting and changing and growing. But understanding that and appreciating that is at least you're not adding weight to the situation. And holy shit, we are $51 away from hitting our goal.
We're $51 away from Fidelium hitting their goal.
Wow. Shout out to the last donor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So very much. That's
added $100 to
to
the pot.
That's incredible for sure. Because again, amazing. You know, like this is gonna go a long way.
Yeah.
A long way.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm excited. And now we're gonna get to meet up with Trish and Jeff and plan which video we're gonna use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm pumped to chat with them, do some brainstorming on that. My computer is dead, so I'm going
You had mentioned.
Yeah.
You had mentioned.
I'm gonna charge that and get a little
see how we're doing here. I see one of those workshops has already been picked up.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, it is great for the kids. Really appreciate all of you being here. Hello, Hertha. Glad that you could make it. We are kicking some serious ass. This is fantastic. I really appreciate all of you being here. Oh, she's off. Oh, she is on her way. Celeste is going to meet up with the other Fidela minions. And they're going to be performing for us in an hour and a half, which means in an hour or so, we are going to be switching from Restream. Well, we're going to be still on Restream, but we're going to switch over to Zoom as our dominant platform, just so that way we can get the kids to use that platform to play music for us because they're used to doing so for their classes with Trish. So this is going to be a lot of fun. And then after that, we'll come back on to Restream because we have access to the chat and the QR codes and all that kind of stuff. But this is going to be great. We're going to get a chance to chat with these kids, ask them some questions, and really just get their perspective on what it is to be a part of this incredible group and to work with Trish as a whole. And I see that we have a camera that is now coming to Amanda joins us from what looks like a postcard cabin.
Hi. Hey, everybody. I am currently house sitting, cat sitting. So we have just woken up from a wonderful nap because I have been working incredibly hard. And so it felt good to take a nap. I just woke up. The live is still going. I'm glad you guys are so close to reaching the $500 goal. And so I thought, why not bring everyone by the fire as we relish in this, impending victory.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, and you made it just in time for, what's probably going to be another video from Fidelium here in the near future. Because, we keep getting closer to our goal.
That's amazing.
Hey, I'm glad to hear somebody just grabbed a copy of the Dating and Relationship Workshop. That's awesome. That's 2 that are now gone. So there's 1 left for grabs. I wonder who's going to get it. And then later on, we're going to be giving away a manifestation workshop. So I'm pumped about that. Mm-hmm. Amanda has joined us.
Hey, Amanda.
From, possibly
how you doing?
The coziest looking cabin.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the green screen that isn't a green screen back there.
Just enough.
Yeah, this is a real screen, baby. It's real screen all
Real
day.
life right there. Some good look at reality. So,
Right.
and is that the red robe as well?
It
Yeah.
is. It is.
Yeah, I'm just
You know,
giving cozy vibe.
Cozy Christmas vibes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I love this robe. This robe has traveled with me out of the country to so various states. You know, this robe has gone on many adventures, and it feels like it's the perfect traveling companion. If I can afford the real estate, you know, because it does take up a good chunk of a book bag.
That's very fair. Yeah, not a thin material, but it's kind of like packing a blanket, right?
Yeah.
You can be in. Keeps you nice and warm and cozy.
Well, that's why, like, I totally get the Snuggie. All that really is just turning your robe and wearing it backwards. That's really all, you know.
All it is, yeah. It's like this whole big invention. Oh, the Snuggie, like all those commercials for it. And it's just like, yeah, the backwards robe.
It really is. It's just like, okay, turn it around, put it
There
on.
you go. Ta-da!
Bang.
And we have reinvented the robe.
That's brilliant. Absolutely.
Oh my
It
God,
is
is that a Snuggie? Whoa, where'd your robe go? What happened to it?
I retired the robe.
Whoa.
It's Snuggies only.
I've upgraded. That's right.
Oh, damn. You didn't tell me you had a Snuggie in your apartment.
It came complimentary with the cabin.
Oh, cabin plus Snuggie. Like they put that in they ever listed on Airbnb. Comes with Snuggie on the top of the description.
Jesus.
I'll
be back.
Yeah, the big thing. So yeah, appreciate you joining us though. Great to see you as always.
Of course.
Where is the house there?
It's in Southern Connecticut. So it's about a 2-hour drive from my apartment in Northampton. And so, but it's worth it. It's totally worth it. And it's on what I assume is a lake, but I never actually checked if it's on a river or it's on a lake. I just assumed it was a lake because I didn't see the water really moving too much, but I also didn't look too much. So I'm just being lazy.
Yeah, no, that's awesome though. I wonder if you, because I went to a school for a bit, a high school in Connecticut in the northwest corner, town called Salisbury.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you drive through that. Is it like south central Connecticut, or do you stay along that western border?
I do, but it's southern, definitely southern. I know that I passed like the city Lisbon. And I think I did pass Salisbury, and I passed Hartford, and I passed Suffield, and I passed Colchester, Connecticut. I think I'm like I passed, and then I think I even at some point I diverged, and I could have gone closer to New Haven, but I think I went more west, because I think New Haven is more central, south.
Nice, yeah, nice journey. There, I always like road trips and things like that, because like even just like solo ones, because I drove my dog across the country last year, and it was cool just like having space to yourself where it's like you can't do anything else when you're driving. It's like you can listen to stuff for sure, but like you can't check in on things, you can't like read stuff, you're just there with yourself, with your thoughts, with just like the experience that you're having. And you can't really do anything about any of the stuff going on in your head, like always, but it's it's always a fun little experience, stopping at gas stations, getting some snacks along the way.
Oh my goodness, I love a road trip. I am so tempted for when I move out to the island for us to do a road trip, but like now I've been on the fence of like selling my car and gutting my apartment, because so I got an estimate on like what it would cost to ship all my stuff, and it's like about like $5,000 just to ship it, not even to to drive the car myself, because that's just shipping the shit in the apartment, not actually the car. Mm-hmm. Shipping the car would be another couple grand. And then if we drove, from East Coast to West Coast, that would be a couple grand in gas, food, snacks, side vouchers, Airbnbs. And so I'm like, fuck, moving is now becoming this like $10,000 bill. And so I'm like, sell the car, sell all the shit. We're having an everything must go sale. It's all gotta go. Fucking give me a book bag, give me a plane ticket, and I'm out.
That has been every major long move I've ever done. I've just sold everything.
Yeah.
Which is why, and as you both know from helping me move, I like all of my personal belongings fit in a box like that big. Like everything from my past, it's all about like that's it. Everything else is replaceable.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like then there's like so much more freedom. And I do like I think every move I've used it just as an opportunity to at least get rid of a decent amount of stuff. Like I had stuff in a storage unit for a bit when I was traveling around, and I realized like, oh, I just spent 6 months not using any of these things. So how much do I really need them? And I pretty much just like closed my eyes and put it in a bag and brought it to like a local Goodwill or something. Cause it's like, I don't need all those variations of things. And how much like weight does all that stuff add, like all those things? And when you break it down to the necessities, it's like sometimes there's things where it's like, oh well, I might need that at some point. It's like, yeah, but is it taking up that space? Is that, you know, more than like, could you just buy it if you really needed it at some point? It's like, yeah, for a lot of things. Like that. So it's like, yeah, you probably don't have to hold on to that. You know?
Oh yeah. Oh no, the thing I'm most attached to is probably my car and my standing desk. I could get rid of the couch, the non-standing computer desk, the bed set, the bookcases. I could get rid of everything. The only thing I don't really want to get rid of are some of the stuff that's in my containers underneath my bed and my car. You know, like I have been calling that car like my husband for like the last 5 years. I'd go to the auto shop and I'd always crack this joke, and I swear they humor me because they've got to get tired of hearing it, where I'm like, you know, I thought we were okay, but it seems like there's an issue. He doesn't want to talk to me. Can you talk to him? Can you find out what's wrong? You know, I make it sound
like couples therapy.
He doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
So this, I know you prefer to do these in your office, but we're gonna have to take this one out to the parking lot.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, my spouse is a little wide these days. Like, okay, all right, can't quite fit through the door frame. Like,
that's right. We'll get him next to a wrench.
Worse than that.
Yeah.
I make them sleep in the garage.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't worry. I clean it every 2 weeks. Yeah.
I give it a tune-up.
Yeah. If it's dirty, I just take it through the rain. Just drag it through the rain, and
when he gets really dirty, I hose him down.
Yeah. Bring him outside and just blast him with a fire hose, with a little hose action.
Yeah. You know, but I have invested so much in that car. I have wrapped that car. I have replaced the back bumper and replaced the tires. And I put more money into the car than the car's worth. So selling it would be at a total loss. But the other alternative is just that it's going to cost too much to ship the car, and it's just not worth it. And, you know, so it's just like, you know what, let's just cut our losses. And if anything, I'm just going to gut the apartment and donate so many clothes that I thought I'd hold on to. But it's not the first time I've done that, you know? So it's like, you get rid of it, and then you get the fun game of getting to buy new stuff again and collecting new things again. And so I'd rather let go of all my stuff and have very little to move than make the process of moving that much more difficult.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And because like at the end of the day, you got you, and that's what you take with you. And so it's not like you don't need so much outside of that. You got the stuff, you got the things that you can use a reasonable amount of things to get across. But yeah, every time I've moved, it's like been an opportunity to just like get rid of a bunch, like reassess and get rid of a bunch of stuff that I don't need. And so like at this point, I think I have like two suitcases worth of things pretty much. And so I can travel like pretty much with most of my stuff on a plane. And I didn't get a bed this time around at my apartment, so I don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry about moving that or getting rid of that or keeping that. So yeah, and we'll see. TBD on the bed. I was thinking of what I could do with this new place and having some sort of like music studio den vibe, like a darker room with some lighting on the sides. Yeah, and like a studio where I could practice some singing, maybe get a
piano,
keyboard,
guitar,
something, keep the guitar in there, and just kind of like have a nice shag rug and give it very much like a 70s vibe to it. That would be very dope. Excited because I actually will have a little bit of space at this place to do something. I'm scratching my head like
you're not used to that.
Yeah, no, and not at all. So super excited.
Shout out to the person who just donated another $5 to the campaign. Thank you so much. We are down to less than 50 left before getting to this goal.
Holy shit!
It's 454 we're at right now.
Amanda.
So we are super close, Amanda.
Hey.
That is great for sure. AJ was wondering where you are moving to. As isn't Andrew also looking up to move by Ray? That's correct. That's correct. Everybody's moving up by Ray. It's the place to be, man.
Doors open, not for the house, but for the town.
Yeah. Thanks for definitely. We're all getting our own spots, just for the record.
For sure. But I mean, ultimately, the goal is to eventually open our first retreat center, year-round retreat center here on the island. So it just makes more sense for us to be together, as well as the fact that now that Andrew's here, we're just getting a shit ton done, like a lot in terms of not just, editing and whatnot, because we always do that. But we're having a lot more fun. It's fun because we're not just like recording and then editing in the rest of our time. Right now we're recording, but then we're going and doing shit and recording during that. So like we cooked chili last night and it was epic chili. And we recorded the whole process and we're going to be editing that and throwing it up online tomorrow. So you're going to have a cooking with Dualistic Unity, or possibly Dualistic Unity is cooking, or being food with Dualistic Unity. We're still looking for votes on that, by the way, people. Who wants what? Which do you prefer? I prefer being food. I'm going to tell you, being food with Dualistic Unity, it sounds weird enough to catch your attention. Secondarily, Dualistic Unity is cooking, because according to my daughter, that's a catchphrase now. That's like a new kind of slang, let bro cook. So
cooking with the pot, boy. Yeah. Cooking up that gas, cooking up that heat. Can't handle the heat, get out the kitchen. That sort of vibe for sure. Yeah.
You can't slap if it's not cooking,
See what I'm saying? See, Dualistic Unity is cooking. I like it. It's good. But yeah, we've got lots on the go, and now we're partnered with Fidelium, and by partnered I mean that we are going to do our best to promote them. They might do some background music. They're doing a new music series with us now. AJ, we have a music series, Being Music with Dualistic Unity. First episode is going to come out tomorrow. Andrew and I learned a little bit about piano and about tones and majors and chords and stuff. It was pretty cool. So yeah, we have bros cooking. See, there it is. That's what I'm saying. That's the expression that my daughter's been telling me all about it. So you see, so there you go. And Dualistic Unity is cooking, or cooking with Dualistic Unity, or being food. So let us know in the comments, people. Otherwise, we're just going to pick something.
Exactly. Oh yeah. We'll pick something for you. But I'm with you. I think being food, it's a nice little because we have the being music, we have the being yoga, being food, right? Being cooking, I guess. But
that doesn't
food.
How can you be cooking?
More of a more.
I guess you can be cooking.
Yeah. How can you be food? How can I be me? Yeah. So it's exciting.
Yeah, we've got a lot more, and I'm pumped. And if anybody hasn't checked this out yet, please do, because I would love your feedback. We're doing a new weed strain review, a weed product review series. We released our first one on Friday. It was a review of Redican Reddies, which are these pre-roll half-gram joints from Redican, Canadian grower. Dope experience. Went for a walk through like 2 local parks. We saw a giant giant anthill. Always gives me the willies, but it's cool to watch. You know, it was a good review. And then we did a second review yesterday, and we're also going to be editing that. And the goal here is, well, because I have a lot of contacts in the cannabis space, most of which in these companies. So I've been reaching out to them saying, hey, we're doing reviews, and do you have anybody in the company that might like to be on the podcast? Because that's a great way to reach out and start making more connections. Because not only do we want to have that year-round retreat center up here, we want to put a micro cultivation center on that property, right? Where not only can we grow cannabis, possibly DU branded cannabis, just saying, but we can also do cannabis education workshops. You know, I know a number of people who would be happy to do cannabis education because, you know, if you live here in Canada, or even if you live in a state where it's legal and you can grow your own plants, it's not as easy as you might think. You know, it's not as easy to grow a pot plant as you'd like it to be. You can't just put that shit in a pot, not and expect actually anything to produce out of it. So if you could come up, hang out for the retreat, go through the whole process of learning how to grow your plant before you go home, that's dope. That's a value added and a half. Not only that, because we're not paying ridiculous fees to rent out these giant locations, we'd have our own location. Our retreat ticket prices go down.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all super exciting.
Oh yeah,
I'm pumped.
Yeah, a lot in the works. Nothing but excitement and enthusiasm.
And another $10
and potential. Another $10. $464. We are $36 away from our
goal. Oh my God, the kids are going to get here in an hour. We're already going to hit the goal.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. We're doing it.
That's going to be great.
It's
like everybody's been so excited about your performance. We've already raised the money.
Ooh, shout out. Hopefully, maybe we got some Fidelium. If you're not a Fidelium fan, you're a future Fidelium fan.
Oh yeah,
here
we're gonna play some music very shortly.
I was thinking, maybe time for another clip at some point here soon.
For sure. We're
gonna be seeing some live performances in a little while as well.
Yes.
So
well, we're gonna have to sign off for a brief 5-minute period at 6 o'clock. We're gonna have to switch over to Zoom.
Right.
Because that's where the kids are familiar with the interface.
Right.
So we're going to make that a little easier so they don't have so much problem setting up the sound equipment, stuff like that. We're going to be chatting with Ava and I believe Nora, and they are two seniors. And then we have Marika, Amrist, and Celeste as the Fidelium juniors.
All right. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Excited for those.
Yeah, I'm very excited for sure. Celeste actually just left. She's already on her way to go and meet with them. They're going to get together about 20 minutes early and warm up.
Nice.
That's so cool.
Isn't that nice, right? Yeah. Happy dad here.
Oh yeah.
Happy dad for sure.
It's exciting. It's really cool. Like we're like, this is happening right now. Like, this is going on right now. We just raised $464 so far in 4 hours for a group of people who can use the money, and we appreciate so much.
It's not even just the money, right? Like they don't know how to market. Like that's not that's not what they do. They know how to play music. And so all of a sudden, like here we are doing the GoFundMe thing, introducing our audience, saying hi everyone, getting you all familiar with them, but then you're going to go in there and help them craft a message. Yeah. Right. Amanda's already been doing research on the corporate structuring side, like in terms of getting them registered as a charitable donation. Right. And so, I mean, there's stuff that we're doing all the time. It's not just about the money. Right. I mean, even just everybody sitting here right now in the comments section, talking about whatever you're talking about. This is all contributing. Every single ripple changes the pond, and every single thing you've ever done in your life contributes to the ripple that you're making right now. You may not know it's a ripple, but it is. You know, it's cool. It's exciting. I'm pumped. I'm so inspired by days like today. Like the last marathon day that we did was insane. It was insane. And the fact that people continue to contribute throughout the night, even after we finished. We woke up the next morning, there was an extra $500. You know, like it's just stuff like that. Like this is good. I can't wait for all of these kids to hear from Trish. Our TikTok account just ballooned to 10,000 people.
Oh
yeah.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen for sure. Yeah, because like a little bit, just a tiny bit of strategy, and I've had my strategies on social media and whatnot, and I've kind of steered clear of them for the most part in my personal content because it just wasn't as authentic. I was trying to control a message and get it across in a certain way for the certain, expectation of the right way for my content to go. And it's like, looking back, it's like, it was what it was. But it's like to say that objectively, like creating a certain type of message or curating things in a certain way is going to help someone or resonate with someone in one way versus the other. It's like, you don't know any of that. And shout out another 484 raised, $16 left. Who's gonna do it? All we need is a $16 donation.
Oh my God.
We'll get to 500.
Hold up here. Yeah. And I think I might be wrong, but I'm almost certain there is still one dating and relationship workshop left. I'm going to throw that code back on the screen. If you just showed up and you would like a free, that's not it. Hold on. And you would like a free version of that's not it. No, of the dating and relationship workshop that we did earlier in the show. You can do so. Go to dualisticulunity.com in the workshop section. Go to the dating and relationship section. And the code is whole on my own. That is WHOLE on my own. All one word. And you will get a free copy of the workshop. There's one copy left. And then if we hit this $500, in the next little while, we're just going to skip straight to giving out that manifestation workshop.
Woo!
After the kids join us, that manifestation workshop is all yours. But stick around, because wouldn't it be great to just keep a packed house for when these kids arrive at 9:30 p.m. 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, everyone. 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. You're not on TikTok, never mind. 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Be here because it's going to be great, and they're going to play two pieces for us that I know they have been practicing specifically for us.
No.
So I mean, this is going to be fantastic, and then we're going to get to ask them a couple of questions. We're not going to make it too difficult. It's like, tell us how to play violin now. No, but we will ask them, what it's like to be a member of Fidelium. How long they've been members of Fidelium, because these are both seniors, right? What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
It means they're not juniors, but that's only 1 year, so they could be in a second, third, fourth year.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, because once you get to juniors the first year, and then seniors from there, and relationships with when a new kid arrives. It's like, is there some sort of way of integration?
They're gonna have 3 juniors behind them.
Yeah.
That they've been practicing with. That's perfect. How's it feel to be helping people who are now juniors?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's cool to it is such a range of ages to be able to interact with a bunch of kids at different ages and kind of have that, not a hierarchy necessarily, but just a little bit more experience and be able to continue to interact and practice with them and, chip in and help them out and give little pointers here and there. Like, that's really cool. Have that experience as a teenager, So
19 donations, everyone. That's amazing. It really is. That said, though, Amanda, you've been hard at work. You had a whole general's table before you earlier in terms of all the stuff that Dualistic Unity is doing. You were overseeing the battle, as it were. It's not really a battle because none of us are in conflict. You were overseeing the playground, as it were. And it's just so cool that you were doing that. So how are things going on that side? And
good. I just had the cat literally jump onto the table. I was like, no, don't ruin the plan.
That's like, is this important to you?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
man.
It's still laid out. And the cat is on the table. Caught in the crime.
What's that? You didn't want me up here. That sounds like a human problem.
That's too damn bad.
That's great. So those are all different components of what DU has got in the near future. We have a lot on the go, and they're all color coordinated and everything else. Andrew and I have been brainstorming the business presentation / investor presentation that's going to be coming up in the very near future. We got a lot of plans, everyone. Not plans like this is going to happen, but plans like these are all opportunities. Let's see where this leads.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't be more excited about it. I mean, this whole Fidelium thing is just, I didn't see that coming at all.
No.
Like, it just makes into our lives. That's great.
It's like if we were looking for, a thing like, oh, what are we going to do next? We have like a 2024 business plan or something. And all of a sudden, this Fidelium opportunity comes around. It's like, oh, well, going to fit in this structure that we have here. And it's like, well, we don't have a structure. There's a schedule going on, but it's like, no, we don't have set specific plans or ways that we assume something's going to go. So right now it's just like, we're just involved. That's it. We're just giving energy, putting energy and attention in a direction. That's all we're ever doing. It's like, what direction are you putting it in? So yeah, it's fucking dope to be involved with Fidelium like this.
Oh yeah.
Do we have a retreat date after May yet decided? No, May 30th is the last date that we have decided. May 30th to June 3rd is going to be our Colorado retreat. We will be in Denver. And we will be hanging out. I don't have a QR code for that right now, but we will soon. You can find details at dualisticunity.com under events in the drop down. And you can check out all the information there. It's an extremely 420 friendly event. Keep that in mind. It's actually at a place that is designed to be 420 friendly. It comes with sterilized bongs, grinders, papers. Clock's always set on 420. There's a movie theater in the basement, pool table, hot tub, foosball, air hockey, Pac-Man, and a barbecue. And I haven't mentioned everything. So it's a dope location. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you'd like to join us, I highly recommend doing so. This is going to be one of the few events where you can actually, if you get one of the king beds, one of the private rooms, you can bring a guest. So I definitely recommend taking advantage of that, just because you'll be able to save on the ticket price, and you'll have someone there to enjoy the time with, not just everybody else that's in the house, but a friend of yours. But make sure they listen to the podcast. Don't bring them unless they listen to the podcast. I mean that sincerely.
Yes, definitely use that as a barometer, because if having just an idea of what the podcast is, at least through season 1, you get through that, maybe season 2, maybe more, maybe all 450 some odd episodes, but at least a little bit of it, because it's not just a retreat. It is a time to hang out and be yourself, but it's not a time to lean on anyone or expect anyone to answer anything that you're wondering about, because we're just there being ourselves, not bringing weight, not adding weight. And so no one can do that for you. So it's just an opportunity to, see what you being you is like, and being able to do that with a bunch of people doing it themselves. So they're a blast. They're a lot of fun, but yeah, check out the podcast if you got a guest coming up for sure.
That said, I have another Fidelium track I'd like to play if you guys are down.
Yes.
Let's do it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to mute the mic on our side, and I'm going to change the way.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
We played this one last time. Aha! I noticed everyone. Like I said, they're all numbered. All right. What's this one here? Nope. It's going to be this one or that one. I'm going to go with this one. Yes.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah. I love this one. love it. I love the beginning of the song and the end where they're literally plucking on the strings. You know, that like they're just ding ding ding. Dun, 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 dun. That's so inventive. Like it's just beautifully done, and you could see it when they're playing it. Like they're like, "Are you ready to kick some ass?" Like they're like the small group of them enter the center because they're the ones plucking at the beginning, and they definitely got that air of we know this is gonna rock because they've played that song enough times. It rocks.
Yeah, there's that energy going into it. It's like you ready to blow some fucking minds, right? You know? It's like, I'm ready if you are, and just like having that, just knowing like, oh, this song is gonna do it right now, and then getting into the finger picking, like do 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 do, and how it builds into like this swell of just like, and I feel like. Yeah, I feel like I'm ready to like run through a brick wall. Yeah, parts of that, but also like a brick wall that turns into a cloud as I hit it, and then I just kind of like float away, flying through the sky as I go. That was the vibe I was getting, soaring away through the skies, through the clouds. But yeah, absolutely epic tune.
Just amazing, amazing. And there's the last order for the dating and relationship workshop is out. All right. So we got one workshop left, everybody. The manifestation workshop. Ooh, the woo. Getting into the woo.
Everything you want. Just kidding. Why do you want that shit? Why do you want that shit? That's a better question. What do you think you're adding exactly?
You know? Seriously.
So. No, this has been amazing, but yeah, we're still going. Happy to be here. Thank you, Oscar. Hell yeah. No, this has been just amazing so far. How are we doing? We are at $484. We are $16 away. $16 away from our goal of $500. $500 to promote these kids. Yeah. The kids that you just listened to. Holy shit. Like, can you imagine that? Like, it's amazing to me. Like, that's just great. Like, this is the only purpose for this money is to promote enthusiastic children. It's great.
That's as good a reason as I can think of.
You can't imagine a better reason to do this.
Anything. Yep. Help enthusiastic kids continue to be enthusiastic about something that they deeply care about and work really hard at. And then we get to all enjoy as they do concerts. So. Yeah, it's hard for me to think of a better thing to put a little bit of money towards.
You know, and you know, it's funny because there was an event that I went to for this, and at the end of it, there was this old lady, and it was the weirdest kind of thing. She walks out, she's like, "You should all be very grateful to be privileged enough to learn this," and then she leaves. That was it. Like that's how she left, and it's because she's assuming all of these kids are rich. And take it from me, they're not at all. Like Trish and Jeff go out of their way to make these things affordable as possible. That's why the parents volunteer, right? Is to help keep those prices low. So that way it's not just privileged kids, it's any kind of kid, any kid who can make it. And they will go out of their way to help you find a violin that's affordable. They really will. They'll help you. They try to make it as easy as possible. Hell, we were talking about learning piano the other day. Jeff's like, you can rent a keyboard. Like, it's not that expensive. Like, it doesn't need to be like a brand new piano. Like, you don't need to. What gets you by? What gets you to the next lesson? What gets you to the next thing? Right? And so I just love the fact that they're doing that because they know that it's just about pursuing it. If it means something to you, that violin will find you. And the next violin will find you, and the next violin. There were times like when Celeste was growing up, because again, she's been playing for like 7+ years. Like she's been playing since she was like 7 or 8 years old. And she started on a little quarter-sized violin. You've never seen anything as cute as a quarter-sized violin, because it's exactly what it sounds like. It's the quarter of the size of a real violin. So take a real violin and split that bastard into 4. And that's how tiny that violin was. And then she moved up to a half size, and then there's a 3/4 and a full size. It was, going from a half to a full size, though, it's an expensive job. it's not cheap, so you do what you can. There are secondhand violins, there are third-hand violins, there are violin shops that will help you refurbish them. Like there's a bunch of ways, but often it's the lessons that just kill you. Like getting a violin is one problem. You go to somebody for lessons though, and they're charging you a lot because frankly, I've done all my schooling. I'm a master musician. You're going to pay for my time. Whereas Trish and Jeff, like it's the same reason I used to love teaching Wing Chun, because I love Wing Chun. I love the lessons I learned about myself in Wing Chun, and I love seeing other people learn those lessons. All right, so it's super exciting. We have a question. How do I get my mind to listen to my body? I find myself drifting daily into my habitual habits. I'm going to pass this one over to Amanda since you're here.
How do I get my mind to listen? I feel like that seems like difficult in and of itself. Like, how do I get my mind to do anything? You don't. You just can pay attention to why you're doing something at that moment. And when I find myself in that tendency of not listening to my body, it's because I'm prioritizing my thoughts. And that's just being honest about what I'm valuing most in that moment. And my priorities cannot be hidden, especially not from myself. And so if I'm not listening to my body, maybe I can just start with admitting that I don't want to listen to my body, and I'm prioritizing my thoughts over my body. And that's because that's what I'm valuing most in that particular moment. And then usually just admitting that to myself kind of snaps me out of my own personally blown bubble of bullshit that I seem to be living inside of.
That's awesome. They pulled a Uno reverse on you. They're like, wait, reverse that. My body won't listen to my mind and or intuition.
For that definitely cracks me up, because your body, if we're talking about the body being its own thing, it doesn't need you to do anything but just not fucking kill it. It does everything for you. Your body doesn't need instructions for you to be like, so Jeff, how do we pump blood again? How do we breathe? How do we, like, your body doesn't need your fucking help to do anything. It's literally you being in the way of your body naturally maintaining its own harmony. It's your body naturally doing all the things. And it's like, I gave you one job, motherfucker. Don't kill me. Drink water, drink water, sleep, and eat food. I gave you the simplest jobs and you're struggling. Thank God I don't put you in charge of making heart cells. Thank goodness you're not in charge of shooting, neurotransmitters in the brain. All you got to do is eat, sleep, drink some fucking water, stretch, go the fuck to sleep.
Like, this is why we keep you in the mailroom.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you mean you're not getting your body to do something? How about you just get out of the way of your body already doing what it's been doing this whole time, which is keeping you alive, despite your greatest efforts to fucking avoid that from getting done.
Yeah, well said. Like you can only get in the way. You can only get in the way. Like your mind trying to control what your body does and telling you what your body should do. It's like, if you had to remember to breathe, if you had to think, breathe out, breathe in, heartbeat, heartbeat out, breathe in, heartbeat, breathe in, out, heartbeat. Like, oh, you can't even do that for two things.
Dude, I'm already having an anxiety.
Yeah, I'm already panicking. Like, we are dead. We are dead at that point. And so realizing, like, you don't need to keep so many.
Pretty sure I dropped the ball and loved it.
Like it'll remind you also, like if you haven't eaten in a while, if you didn't have hunger arise at all, like the whole time, like you could easily forget to eat and get to a point where, you start to realize, oh, I need some food now, but like hunger tells you that, it indicates it. It doesn't mean that you have to gorge yourself, but it's like, hey, there's some things here. But what I'm saying is there are sort of these checkpoints within our body, natural little checkpoints, reminders,
Yeah.
Like you don't have to think like, oh, have I eaten yet today? It's like, if you're feeling hungry, eat. Feeling thirsty, drink some water. Sometimes drinking a little water when you're not super thirsty can help though, because water, being thirsty is just kind of indicative that you're like maybe getting close to being dehydrated. So
Right.
keeping the water up definitely helps
Yeah.
because we are, you know, what, 60, 65%.
So they say. I live as a piece of jerky.
That's fair. He is not as big of a water drinker as I tend to be. But
Yeah.
it can help keep the muscles, you know, pliable and hydrated.
Right. No, but the body is amazing. It's like, what do you mean the body's not listening? Motherfucker, you're not listening.
You're listening to your body, exactly.
It's like the body is constantly going above and beyond to take care of us, to give us another day, to give us another minute to go fuck it up, to go do something, to not drink the water, right? It's like the body is always compensating for the mind's overreaching. Like all the time. There have been so many moments that I have spent my body's energy and my body was absolutely communicating. But you know what? But at a certain point, I'm glad that my body doesn't always listen to my mind. I'm very appreciative of that because if my body only listened to my mind with like a blind obedience, I would be highly doubtful that we would still be alive. If my body
like 10.
Exactly. Like if my body actually had to listen to the mind with blind obedience, we would have died. We would have killed ourselves a long time ago by accident, like just straight up.
Try to grow wings.
Yeah.
Like believing the only way to grow them is by jumping first.
I should be bigger. I should be stronger. I should be faster. And our body's just trying to keep up. It's like, I'm still working on your bones.
Like I should act differently. I should look differently. We're doing our best, man.
Right.
Put it in the queue.
We're doing a lot. Yeah.
Exactly.
Put it in the queue. I love thinking about trees. Like, you know, like there's no tree that, you know, so what I love about trees is just that they all, in theory, grow to their maximum potential. You know, and so many times I'll hear people saying like, oh, you know, they're not living up to their potential. And it's like, you never say that about a plant. A plant uses all the energy that it could consume. It maximizes all of that. It distributes it. It grows as tall as it can grow. It branches out as far as it can branch out. Like plants don't do what we do, which is just stunt ourselves from growth. Like that's what I love about that. And like the tree that is slightly crooked isn't slightly crooked. And it's like, oh no, I'm not as straight as my brethren. What will I do? And it's like, no, you know why it's curved? Because it was following the sun. Totally makes fucking sense that it would curve to the wind. It would curve towards its environment, that the tree would reflect its growth in the same way that we reflect our growth. And so that's why you will sometimes see unique shapes, or sometimes you will find rigid shapes because they try to stick their growth in this template. And like a bonsai tree, they try to force particular growth in certain directions. But it's very hard to be a bonsai tree in you know, in application of life.
For sure. Oh yeah. Just like realizing that your own unique expression too. Like I like the tree comparison a lot because it really does go to show like there's certain types of trees, sure, but to judge a tree based on how tall it is, how short it is, how wide it is, how skinny it is, it's like, yeah, it's
like we know how to tree.
Yeah. Correct way to be a tree. Imagine if a pine tree thought it should be an oak tree. It's like,
right?
You're not going to be that. You can try. You can get all sorts of surgeries. You can shave off all your limbs and glue some other ones on, but
do different bark.
Yeah.
I have acorn envy.
Yeah.
A bark transplant surgery.
Yeah, right. Glue on some acorns and some pine.
I'm insecure about the size of my nuts.
I just glue on some bigger ones there.
I don't have as many nuts as the other guy.
Oh, God.
I want to be a fur. Fur is flat and friendly.
Yeah. Nice spikiness.
That's right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
Oh my
You know how
Oh,
ridiculous the forest would look if trees got plastic surgery the way that we do as
like a
humans?
root colonic or something. I just recently had my roots sprayed out with coffee.
A rhinoplasty?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
A liposuction. Nice. Keep it coming, buddy.
Oh my God, liposaption, you know?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Oh, this is fun. I just want to give a shout out to everybody who has stayed with us throughout all of this. We're almost there. We're $16 away. This is amazing. And we are coming up quickly to 9 p.m. Eastern time, where we will take a brief 5 to 10 minute break so that way we can transition over to Zoom, where we will meet the members of Fidelium who are able to join us tonight at 9:30 p.m. They will be playing live for us here. And these kids have never done this. So this is super exciting because this is their first time being on a podcast. This is the first time that they've been asked to, like, hey, you want to live stream and be exposed to people. So this is going to be a really exciting thing. If you can make it 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, we would love to see you. If you have $15 that you would like to throw into the pot and get them over this $500 mark before the kids arrive, that'd just be amazing. That'd be mind blowing. And if not, no worries. If you want to drop that $15 while the kids are here, that'd also be cool, because wouldn't that be great while the kids are here? Finish up. I just want you to know, while you're finishing that set, we reached our $500 goal, kids. Well done. Like, that'd be dope, right? So whether you want to help now, help later, or just stick around, you're helping anyway. Just want to let you know we got about 10 minutes left here, and then we're going to adjourn for a little bit, and then we will be back with the members of Fidelity, 5 of them.
Hell yes. Yeah, I'm super excited for these chats, and yeah, almost there. One person, $16. You can do it before we even have the interaction with the kids. Yeah. So if you got it, flaunt it.
Hell, even $17.
Yeah,
splurge
over 20. You know? Go crazy.
One Starbucks coffee, you can afford it.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting up there. Yeah, it's great. Like, everything that seemed like $10 in my head from like 10 years ago is now close to 20. Coffees.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
$2 to
I know.
$4. Yeah. It's gnarly. Holy shit.
But that said, keep this in mind. If you were thinking about buying a workshop, specifically the manifestation workshop, don't buy that manifestation workshop. Take that money and give it to Fidelium, and we'll give out 3 manifestation workshops as soon as Fidelium is done playing.
Yeah.
That is what, like a $35 value?
That one's like 40, I think.
That one might be 40.
39. That was 39. That was one of our priciest ones outside of the Beyond Belief workshop.
Fuck yeah. It's probably what, like 4 to 6 hours?
Oh yeah, easily.
Workshop,
yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Manifestation. Yeah. We covered that one in depth.
Yeah.
Like, we get into some gnarly shit too. Like, we talked about just the group meditation that happened in Washington, D.C. back in the late 80s, early 90s, where over several days, thousands of people meditated and dropped the crime rate by fucking half. It was like 80% crime rate drop or something like that. The chief of police had said, there's no way that'll happen unless there's a snowstorm. And then it happened, right? And so there is a lot of really cool stuff in that manifestation workshop. So if you want a copy, think about donating to Fidelium, because as soon as they're done and we achieve this goal, I'm going to give out 3 copies of that manifestation workshop. The code's going to be on the screen and you can get it. Where do you donate? That's a damn good question. Right there on the QR code. Alternatively, you can go to dualisticunity.com/donate, and that will take you to the GoFundMe page.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Check it out. Get in there, because it's going to be exciting to be able to chat with them. So we're chatting with them in what? At
40 minutes.
40 minutes?
39 minutes.
Awesome. Wait, so is it performance first or second? Is it chat first, performance
first? I figured because they're going to warm up, right? And otherwise, the juniors are just going to be standing there, because it's going to be the seniors that are going to be doing most of the talking.
Okay.
Right. So I don't want the juniors just standing there like,
fair.
At least then if they play their pieces, which they've been, again, they're nervous.
Yeah.
Right. Like, they've never done this. And so then, let's get them in here, let them play their pieces. We can all be like, woo. And again, in the comment section, fire off. We'll read them to them for sure. All right. And then after that, we'll just say, hey, if you have a few minutes, we'd love to know. 2 of you have been in Fidelium for a little while. How many years have you been in Fidelium? We'll keep it nice and simple. and then we'll say, just so you know, we managed to raise the full amount today, and everybody's been so excited for you to be here, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really feeling good about just the impact that it has, because it's hey, did we reach the goal?
Good question.
We reached the goal.
We did it.
$16 anonymously. That is great. That is awesome. Oscar, feel free to donate nonetheless. We're still raising. The more
Yeah.
we raise,
Yeah.
the more
Going.
advertising we do for Fidelium. But that said, I'm still going to give the workshop away. But if you're thinking of donating, still think about it for sure, because that shit goes a long way. And again, man, we're going to drop this whole amount on advertising Fidelium. They're going to go into their next practice, and Trish is going to look at them and say, "We have 10,000 followers." Like, just that's going to be amazing. Like, can you imagine? They're like, we have 10, yeah, you, because you're awesome, and it's about fucking time people know. So I'm very, as you can tell, I'm a little worked up about this, because again, this is what all of us have always wanted. People to encourage us in our young formative years when we were doing things that we wanted to do, when we were enthusiastic, and people were like, that's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you there are people who would look at these kids and go, what, you're going to be a musician? That's not the point, is it? It's not the point about whether you're a musician for the rest of your life, but if you're learning to be yourself, express yourself, face your fears, go through your challenges, all that stuff, regardless of your thoughts, that carries with you for the rest of your life, and we all benefit. If you happen to be, playing a killer tune at the same time, dope.
We all appreciate that killer tune, because I mean, you hear that all the time. Oh, you can't become an artist or a painter or a musician, and so we miss out on all those people who could have been incredible musicians, incredible artists, and fulfilled so many people's lives in different ways out of an appreciation. So, why can't we? Why couldn't we have a world where it doesn't have to be something that people have to make a boatload of money off of, or something that people don't want to support? Because when you do settle in, when you relax a little bit more, maybe, smoke on a couple things, there's much more of an appreciation for things like the arts, for things like just taking a couple hours to sit down and draw something, or listen to a piece of music, or go to a museum and just observe that. But it takes someone's time and energy and effort to produce that and do that. And so us just getting this out there and getting them out there, because the more people, as soon, I have no doubt, as soon as people start hearing more of this group, like, they're gonna
I start crying when I listen to their music.
I've gotten goosebumps
like a few times, like, oh my god, like, and we're gonna play one song after everybody tonight, after we're all done this marathon. We'll play one more clip from Fidelium, and it's not the whole group, it's actually just 4 of them, and they had practiced so very much, and it was supposed to be 5, and in this one particular piece, one of the players is playing the parts of 2 people. And it is gorgeous, like, just to hear how much they put into doing it, and then to watch it being played in front of you. And I love the symbolism, because they decided their own prop, right? And so one of it, the prop was to bring out a light in the middle, and so before they start playing, one of them turns on the light, and then when they're done, they turn it off.
Wow, that is
It's really nice. Like, it's beautiful. And so that said, I want to say again, thank you, everyone, that we have reached our goal of $500 for Fidelium, for their marketing and awareness campaign on the island and the west coast of Canada. This is huge. This is great. This is a hell of a start. This is going to light everyone on fire. That said, if you'd like to continue donating, or donate at all, if you haven't yet, do so. dualistiCunity.com/donate. QR code is there on the screen. We are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will be back. And then you can join us while we wait for the members of Fidelium to come and perform for us live at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. This is the first. They're performing for us live online. They've never done this. So, I mean, cool shit to come.
Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped, because I haven't heard. All I've heard is the recordings. All I've heard is the videos. So, like, to be able to see them, in person, at least live via computer, just like everyone else can be able to do.
It's neat.
It's like, it's a brand new experience for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone gets to see it for the first time. So
Absolutely.
I'm pumped. Yeah. Super
But
excited.
that said, everyone stick around. Amanda, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I love joining the marathon, and this was for Fidelium. So you know that I wanted to get in on all of this, on the action.
For
We
sure.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Grab a drink, use the bathroom, whatever it is you need to do, but don't miss the performance at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will see you shortly.
Bye, guys. Talk to you soon.